10 minutes till the start, drivers. 10 minutes. Race 1 should be thinking about heading toward the tech table. Touring stock, race 1. You'll be due up in tech in just a few minutes. We're going to start your tone at 11 a.m. Race 1, we're going to be looking for Nick, Brian, Rob, Paul G, Sean, Rob, and Craig to tech in about 5 minutes. Tone's going to go at 11 a.m. Our marshals for the first race will be from race number 12. All right, race 1 should be heading to tech. We are go on the tone in 6 minutes. Race 1 should be heading toward tech. Race number 12 will be out to Marshall. It's going to be Corgi, Dave, Stuart, Luke, Alex, and Blake from marshalling for race 1.
5 minutes left. Four minutes left.
All right, driver's tone's going in 3:45. Alex and Blake. Dave Ehrlich out there early. First to marshal, TQ'd marshalling, looks like. That's worth something. So go easy on your warm-up laps.
Three minutes left.
Hang on, Brian, 1 sec. What do you mean, how did we do? Oh, it's just sort of a random free sort.
Okay. 2:30 left.
Rob, are you in the Nick Kewen paint? Okay. I need a couple of transponder fixes here. Okay, that's Nick. Thank you. That's okay, I need to get a check still from Brian and Paul.
2 minutes left.
And marshals should be 6 of us. Okay. Okay. 1, 2. All right, looks like we're good for marshals. There's Paul. Yeah, I was thinking the middle there is good there. And everybody's checked. All right.
1:30 left.
All right, drivers, you can group them up at near the start of the straight there, where Nick is. Order's going to be Nick, Brian, Rob, Paul, Sean, Bob, and Craig.
One minute left.
Ange, are you marshalling? Or are you just hanging out there? Okay. That's an important spot. Okay, I think we're set to go. Right on time.
45 seconds left.
All right, once again, order will be Nick, Brian, Rob, Paul, Nick, Brian, Rob, Paul, Sean, Bob, and Craig. So on the tone, Nick, Brian, Rob, Paul, Sean, Bob, Craig. All right, we are underway. First round of qualifying. All All right, looks like Craig Roberts up front in this one. He's in the bright orange front of the driver's stand right now, far left side now. Brian in the 2, Nick, Rob, Sean, Bob, Paul. Thanks, Paul.
4 minutes left.
Race number 2 should be in tech. We're about 1:30 in. Still Craig out front. Nick's moved up into second. Now Brian third. Pretty tight between those three. Craig about 1.5 seconds up on Nick. And Nick and Brian near identical paces. Leader coming up on a bunch of traffic. Bright orange is your race leader, your qualifier leader
left.
right now. Bright orange car out front. Brian now to 2, Nick to 3, Rob, Sean, Bob, and Paul. Get the leader coming up on you, Paul. Well done. Rob moves up into third, gets in front of Nick on the scoreboard. Oh, Nick is off, okay. So Nick now dropping down, so Bob moves up, Sean moves up, Paul moves up. Pace for Craig is 23:509. Brian on a 23:512. Good job, everyone.
2 minutes left.
Very clean heat. Race number 2 should be working their way through tech or finish tech. Got 1:45 left here. Still Craig, Brian, top 2, both on 23 lap paces. Craig a 5:09, Brian a 5:13. Rob's on a fast 21 lap pace, pushing for 22. And there he is. Rob moves up onto a 22 lap pace, running in the 3rd spot. Paul in the 4 now. Bob in the 5, Sean in the 6.
One minute left.
Looking for Jesse Galang to report to tech for race 2. About 30 seconds to go here, drivers. Craig improving the pace a little bit. It's got it down to a 23:507. Brian 5:12. Then it's Rob, Paul, Sean, and Bob. Race number 2. Up next. Everybody keep rolling. Time on the master clock's expired. I'll let you know when everyone's finished. Keep rolling. All right, everybody's done. Pull them off, please. Everybody's finished. Craig sets the early pace in stock touring, 23:507. All right, drivers, drop your cars on the table in front of the stand and then head out to Marshall immediately, please. Easy on the warm-up laps, drivers, while the corner marshals are getting out there.
2:30 left. Two minutes left. Yeah. 1:30 left.
I'm looking for a check from Jared and Steven. Okay, there's Jared. Is Stephen Wilkie up there? Okay, there's no response here. You sure you got your transponder plugged in correctly? Right here, this pink and white. See if it's blinking at least. Better come down here, Stephen. We still have 1 minute left on the clock. Everyone's checked but Stephen. You got 45 seconds. You're good. We got some time.
45 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. So if you're staging down there for the next race, just stay on the black carpet. If you stay on the black
30
carpet, you'll be
seconds
out
left.
of view from the drivers on the stand. The checkered flag is the loop there, Stephen.
15 seconds left.
Yep, that worked. That worked. Okay, Stephen has checked. Thank you. So the order for this will be Jared on the tone, followed by Jesse, Avery, Glenn, Dan, Gerald, and Stephen. All right, here we go, drivers. On the tone, Jared, Jesse, Avery, Glenn, Dan, Gerald, Stephen. All right, underway in race 2. Race 3 should be in tech. Work together, guys. We got 3 cars really close together here. Get yourself sorted out. Remember, if a faster car is coming up behind you, you must let them pass by cleanly.
4 minutes left.
It's best for you, and it's best for them. 1 minute in, drivers, 4 to go. It is Jared Heap out front in this one. He's driving the dark blue car coming up behind Gerald there. Thank you. Jesse in the 2, but a 1.5 seconds behind Jared right now. Dan in the 3. Glenn, Avery, Stephen, and Gerald. Jared setting a new TQ pace so far. Track's clear. Our leader in the dark blue. Jared on a 23.508. Now a little bit off the TQ. It's a 507 that he needs. Jesse in the 2. Dan in the 3. Glenn, Avery, Gerald, and Stephen. About 2:45 to go. Caution left side, caution left side. Okay, it's clear. Our leader is Jared still in the dark blue car, the first of those 2 blue cars. Jared on a 23.505. Put it back onto a TQ pace here. He's the only one on a TQ pace. Jesse still running second, but he's 2 seconds behind Jared. Dan in the 3. Avery, Glenn, Gerald, and Stephen. But a minute and a half left on the master clock. Reminder that if a faster car is coming up behind you, you must yield to them, let them pass by. Trying to find, okay, so our second place car coming up on some traffic. Thanks, Stephen. And Glenn, you're going to have second coming up on you. Our leader out there in open track. Thanks, Glenn. About 35 seconds left. Jared, Jesse, Avery, Dan, Glenn, Gerald, and Stephen. 30 seconds. Race 3 should be through tech and ready to grid. If you are staging, please stay on the black carpet patch down there so that you're out of the view of the drivers to the track. Ten seconds left, so looks like Jared going to be the only one to finish ahead of the TQ that Craig set. Keep rolling, everybody. The master clock's expired. I'll let you know when everybody's finished. Keep rolling. And everybody is done. Please pull them off. Pull them off. Put your car on the table in front of the driver's stand and head out to Marshall immediately, please. And we'll get race 3 out there circulating. Jared Heap, 23.503, the new pace in touring stock.
.230 left. 2 minutes left.
Okay, looks like everybody's checked. Order for this, let's check our marshals here. Okay, we got Glenn. Hey, Gerald, can you just slide over here a little bit, actually? We got Glenn under there. So. Okay, that looks good. Order's going to be Luke, Sammy, Stuart, Frank, Cole,
1:30 left.
Dustin, and Jesse. So on the tone, Luke. Sammy, Stuart, Frank, Cole, Dustin, Jesse. Track is clear. Remember, drivers, if a faster car is coming up behind you, please yield to them. It'll be better for both of you. Okay, out of the gate, we've got Luke, Stuart, Sammy, Frank, Jesse, Dustin, and Cole. Work together, guys. Don't throw it away. Leader is one of the white cars. I don't know which one.
4 minutes left.
Looks like leader down the straightaway. Yes. Okay, so leader, the white car in front of the driver stand. Second place, Stuart. Sammy in the 3, Frank, Dustin, Jesse, and Cole. Now it's Luke, Sammy, and Stuart. Frank, Dustin, Jesse, Cole. 1:30 in, 3:30 to go. All right, leader crossing the stripe on the 25-5-10. New TQ pace, top
3
4
minutes
drivers in this one. Top 4 on TQ. That's Luke, Sammy, Frank, and Jesse. And now Stuart joins that group. Top 5 on TQ. Dustin gets in the fray as well. Top 6 on TQ. Our leader is Luke. Sammy is 0.3 behind in second. Frank in the 3. Jesse in the 4. 0.9 from Jesse up to Frank. But those two are 6 seconds off the top 2 right now. Stuart in the 5, about a second behind Frank. And then it's Dustin and Cole. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. Track's clear. Race number 4 should be in or through tech. First heat of 12 scales stop. So our leader, the second of those 2 white cars. 25-509. Sammy continuing to run in second in this heat. He's 0.5 behind Luke. Luke gets through traffic. Stewart's moved himself up into 3rd. Jesse 4. Frank 5.
1
Dustin
minute left.
and Cole. 1 minute to go. 30 seconds left. Still Luke, Sammy. Ooh, nope. Luke must have had a bad lap, so Sammy to the front. Stewart moves up into second. Luke third, 0.2 between them. Or Luke missed a lap. That looks more like what it was. Hang on. Check this after, but he's got a double lap here. So Luke still, Sammy, Jesse has moved up into third, Stewart to fourth, Frank, Dustin, and Cole. Master clock's expired, but keep rolling. Keep rolling. I'll tell you when we're finished. Everybody's done. That is a race drivers. Pull them off. Luke takes that one. 25,508. Sammy also 25,508. 0.3 back. Those two were separated by less than half a second for a lot of that heat. Then we've got Jesse finishing up in third there. Stewart in fourth, the last one to beat TQ. Frank, Dustin, and Cole. All right, 12 scale stock. Race number 4. Let's get them out there.
.230 left. Two minutes left.
All right. That was you, Rob, bright yellow? Yep. Got a couple transponders I need to grab here.
130 left.
Avery, okay. Need a check still from Joe and Paul. So that must have been Joe. Yep, gotcha. Okay, everybody's checked. Marshall's, all right, looks good. This is race number 4. Order will be Avery, Sean,
1 minute
Joe,
left.
Rob, Paul, and Bob. All right, here we go. On the tone, Avery, Sean, Joe, Rob, Paul, and Bob. All right, underway in race number 4, first heat of 12 scale stock.
Seven minutes left.
All right, we got Avery out front in this one in the white with the red stripe down the middle through the chicanes and down the left side of the track. Coming up on Sean. Our leader is Avery there. Thank you. Oh, keep it up, Rob. You were running second. Bright yellow of Rob was second. He had a little error there. We'll see how that changes things. Sean in third, Paul in fourth, Joe in fifth, Bob in sixth. Yeah, Rob holds on to that second spot. You guys are 1 and 2. Work together there. Avery's out front. 38 lap pace for him. Rob's on to 35. Rob and Sean both on 35. Sean now goes to second until he made that mistake. Rob's going to go back.
6 minutes left.
So it is Avery, Rob, Sean, Paul, Joe, and Bob. 38.806 pace for Avery.
So we've got a tight grouping of cars here. Remember, if a guy's coming up behind you, he's already passed you for position, so please let him go so everyone can have the quickest qualifier possible. It's a lot quicker to pull over and let someone go than to tag them. So running order is Avery is the Rob takes over the lead on that
5
lap.
minutes left.
3 down, 5 to go. And then we've got Sean, Avery, Bob, Paul, and Joe, the running order. Trying to get familiar with the cars here. Rob, of course, is running the all yellow, his typical colors. That's Sean running behind Paul. Paul, you got to let Sean by there. Thank you. Then Bob is running in third. Paul and Joe in a tight battle. And then we've got Avery is out. Not sure what happened to him. But Avery's got the quickest lap of the race in 11.7. Everyone else running in the 13s, except Rob's got a 12.5. So the pace to beat so far in this class is being set by Rob
4 minutes
Fantetti.
left.
36.812 is the pace halfway through. 4 minutes down, 4 to go. Rob making his way past the 4th place, Paul Younger, putting him down a second lap. So Rob, 36.810 pace. Sean, 34.808. Bob, 33.807. Paul, 32.804. Joe, 31.805. Those are the paces everyone's on. So all the cars fairly evenly spaced out for pace.
3 minutes
What
left.
happened to Rob, our leader? It looks terminal. So in another lap, Sean is going to take over the lead. So the TQ pace is currently a 34.807. Sean just did a 14.3. Bob a 14 flat, Paul a 15.3, Joe a 14.1. Paul 14.9 that time by. 13.8 for Sean, 14 flat for Bob, 14.1 for Joe. 6 minutes have elapsed. There's 2 minutes
2
left.
minutes left.
Sean 34.805 pace, Bob 33.801. Paul, 32.803. Joe, 31.802. So, Paul, that's the leader behind you. Please let him by. Thank you. And Paul, when Bob catches up to you, he's running in second. Thank you. So 6 cars started this race. 4
1
are
minute
left. 7 minutes, 1 down. Sean, Bob, Paul, and Joe, the running order. 34.803, the pace of the leader. This is the provisional TQ. Bob, 33.8 flat. Paul, 32.807. Joe, 31.803. Those are the paces. Remember, everyone, keep on racing until I say you are done. Sometimes the person in front of you might cross the line and be done, but you still need to race. So when I say you're done, make sure that you don't get in the way of the guys behind you. Okay, waiting on Bob to finish. Everyone else is done. The race is over. Sean wins that. 34.803. Then Bob, Paul, and Joe, the finishing order.
Two 30 left.
Okay, we've got a whole bunch of cars to sort out transponder-wise in this
2 minutes
race.
left.
Okay, I see you guys are doing your warm-up. I want, hang on a sec.
One 30 left.
Okay, it looks like everyone is sorted out. As far as transponders, all drivers are checking. Looks like we've got all of our marshals, so if you guys are ready, we are good to go. It will be Cole, followed by George, Stephen, Dan, Glenn, and Brian. Once again, Cole will start first, then George, Stephen, Dan, Glenn, and Brian. Cole on the
45
on the tone.
seconds left.
George, Stephen, Dan, Glenn, Brian. Okay, you guys all know what to do. If someone's coming up on you, you know that they're faster, you know that they're already ahead of you in the race, so you know to pick a
7
corner,
minutes
pull
left.
over, get off the line, let them motor on by, and then everyone has a better race. 1 minute down, 7 to go. The top 5 cars are all on a TQ pace. George, 39.807. Glenn, 38.803. Brian, 38.809. Dan, 37.8 flat. Stephen, 36.812. And Cole, now up on a TQ pace with the fastest lap of the race so far on a 36.813. So at the moment, the order is George, Glenn, Dan, Brian, Cole, and Steven. Fastest lap of the race, a 12:1 by Cole. Two minutes down,
6
six to
minutes
go.
left.
So order is now George, Dan, Glenn, Cole, Stephen, and Brian. $39.804, George's pace. Dan's 38.805. Glenn, 38.807. Cole, 37.802. Brian, 36.801. And Stephen, 36.802. Fastest lap of the race so far, Glenn with an 11.9. George has a 12.2. Dan has a 12.2. Cole has a
5
12.1.
minutes
Glenn
left.
with an 11.9. Stephen with a 12.2. And Brian with a 12.2.
All right, drivers, 3:45 into this, 4:15 to go. George out front, driving that green,
4 minutes left.
white, purple. Leader coming through the front chicanes, and now the back left, and now back onto the straightaway. Dan in the 2, green and blue. Cole and Steven, 3 and 4. You guys are separated by about half a second. All right, clear. Pace for George, 39.805. Race number 6 should be in tech. The leader coming up on the line. Yep, thank you. Perfect.
3 minutes left.
Every car in the seat on a TQ run. George Stricken leading the way. It's a 39.805 pace. Dan leads on a 38.810. Cole's on a 37. Steven a 37. Still tight between Steven and Cole. Less than half a second between them right now. Closest battle on the track for time. Leaders found some clear track here, meaning 220. Second place is the green and blue of Dan Weeds coming up behind Glenn. If he gets there, Glenn. Dan is running second.
2 minutes left.
Steven in the 3 now gets ahead of Cole. Cole goes to 4. Then it's Brian and Glenn. 2 minutes to go. Still 39.805 for George. Caution right side in front of the timing table. It is clear. .130 to go. Still 39.805 for George. Very consistent pace here. A little bit of an announcer's curse there. He just lightly grazes a couple of walls, but not going to affect it too much. Looks like Brian is out. So George, Dan, Steven, your top 3. Then it's Cole, and now Glenn up into 5th. Brian
1
out.
minute left.
The leader may come up on Glenn. Yeah, leader coming up on 2 cars. Oh, there's one of them. Glenn gets out of the way, trickily. And now that's Steven that has the leader behind him. Woo, okay, that works. Thank you, Steven. 30 seconds left. George, Dan, Steven, your top 3. Cole and Glenn. Race 6 coming up. Next and final heat of 12 scales stock. Caution right side. Okay, it is clear. Keep rolling, everybody. Master clock has expired. I'll let you know when you're finished. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Keep rolling, everyone. Everybody is done. George Stricken setting a new pace in 12 scale stock with a 39.806. Dan finishes up in 2nd in that one. Also on a TQ run, same with Steven and Cole. Race 6.
.230 left. Two minutes left. .130 left.
Okay, just hang on. I've got a little transponder mix-up. You guys can group them up there at the start of the straight. Jared Heap, only Jared. Can you swing by, please? Thank you. And Craig,
1 minute left.
Thank you. You're good. Okay. So the order for this will be Dallin, Tom, Jared, Todd, Craig, and Nick.
45
marshals
seconds left.
should be 6 marshals. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be 2 down.
30 seconds left.
Glenn and Bry, can one of you guys go in the back corner, please? One needs to stay under the stand. Okay, here we go. Corner marshals ready. Drivers ready. It's going to be Dallin on the tone. Tom. Jared. Todd. Craig. And Nick. Just wait there, Nick. Let Craig go by, and then you can go. Okay, go. Off-road driver. In the... Yeah, thanks, Cole. All right, drivers, we're about 2 minutes in. It is Todd Mason,
6 minutes left.
pink and blue. Dallin in the 2, Nick in the 3. Tom in the 4, Jared and Craig. Todd on a TQ run here, the only one on a TQ in this heat.
I think it would be amazing if he wins it. It'd be a big slap in the face to Infinity. Be like, why did you let this guy go, right?
.230 in, 5:30 to go. Todd's pace 40, 8:01. Running on a TQ pace. And now Nick and Dallin pushing it also onto TQ paces. Nick in the 2, Dallin in the 3, Tom in the 4. Nick's about 4 seconds behind Todd's pace. Dallin.
5 minutes left.
Dallin about 1 second behind Nick. Sorry, was someone asking if they missed a lap? Yes, Jared missed a lap. Come on, guys. Get your transponders overclocked so they work properly. All right, I fixed Jared's problem. Let's see where he ends up. Oh, out front. Okay, well, I'm going with that. So Jared is actually our race leader here. Todd in 2nd. Nick in 3rd, Tom in 4th. Those top 4 all on TQ paces now. 41.806 for Jared, 40.802 for Todd, 39.801 for Nick, 39.805 for Tom. Then it's Dallin and Craig. We're just at the halfway point, drivers. 4 minutes. Coming up next, our first heat of 12 scale modified. Going to be looking for George, Sean, Nick, and Avery. Three and a half minutes left here. Pace for Jared, 41.807. 11.5 hot lap. He's got the hot lap by 0.2. Todd with 11.7. 48.02 for him. He's 4
3
seconds
minutes
behind
left.
Jared's pace. Nick in the 3. 6 seconds behind Todd. Tom 4 seconds back from Nick. Dallin another second back from Tom. About 2.5 minutes left.
Two minutes left.
$1:45 to go, drivers. Still Jared, Todd, Nick, your top 3. Then it's Tom, Dallin, and Craig. Top 3 on TQ. That's Jared, Todd, and Nick. They would bump George from 1st down to 4th. $1:10 to go.
One minute left.
$30 seconds left. No change. The top 3 still Jared, Todd, and Nick. All 3 still on the TQ pace. In 4th, we've had Dallin slide ahead of Tom. Tom goes to 5th. Craig in 6th. All right, keep rolling. The clock has expired. I'll let you know when you're finished. Keep rolling. Everybody is done. So Jared takes that one, sets a new pace in 12th stop with a 48.02. If anyone's looking for race results, paper form, they are hanging behind the driver stand. All the race results hanging behind the driver stand.
$2:30 left. 2 minutes left. .130 left.
All right. I have a check from George now. I have a check from Sean. I think Nick is
1
missing
minute
this one. I
left.
need Avery. And our marshals from the last race. I see 1, 2, 3.
45 seconds left.
Dallin, Craig, and Nick for marshalling, please. All right, there's Avery. Thank you. All right, everybody's checked. That's going to make this one.
30 seconds left.
So we can group them up there at the start of the straightaway. Order will be George, Sean, and Avery. We need Marshall in front of the driver's stand. Well, you got a Marshall. Okay. Here we go. On the tone, George. Sean. Avery. Caution, Avery, caution. All right, underway in race 7. First of 2 heats of 12 scale mod.
Seven minutes left. Six minutes left.
All right, it is George out front. Leader coming up on you there, Avery. Green, purple, and white is our race leader on a 45.802 pace.
5 minutes left.
Alrighty, guys, 4 minutes left to go. Got to adjust my volume here, the distance from the microphone.
4 minutes left.
Alrighty, George is in the lead. Avery in second, Sean in third. Leader on a 42-lap pace. It's the first heat of 12 scale modified. I believe there's 2 heats of 12 scale modified, so the other guys should be getting through tech now. 3 minutes, 30 to go. George, Avery, Sean, the running order. Three minutes to go.
3 minutes
mod.
left.
Been hearing a lot about the straightaway for these 12 scale cars. As you can see, it's kind of spotty traction down the straightaway, so the cars are veering from side to side a lot. Waiting for the traction to come up to be more consistent. First round's going to be a little shaky. 2:30 to go, drivers. All right, the leader's 29 laps into his 42-lap pace. 42.808 is the leader's pace. Avery on a 41 and Sean on a 33.
2 minutes left.
Alrighty, this is the first heat, 12 scale mod. Up next, second heat of 12 mod. We're looking for Tom, Todd, Dallin, Blake, and Craig. Those guys should be through tech now or getting close to it. Oh, yeah. Like 2 of the drivers in the next heat are marshalling right now. Maybe they can work that out for the next round to have a substitute.
One minute left.
Thirty seconds to go, drivers. Oh, I think I missed George's lap there, but I got him. Manually counting laps here for the first place car. Get that sorted out after this race. 5 seconds to go. Everyone's still live. Time has elapsed, but everyone is still live. All the cars are still live, guys. All right, when you cross now, you'll be finished. One more to go. Waiting for Sean. All right, that's a race, guys.
.230 left.
Ooh, kidok, what do we got here?
2 minutes left.
Oh, Blake Bell for the first time on the track this weekend. Okay. Todd Mason, yoink. Waiting on Tom and Dallin. Right there, he says. This mic is way too hot. Hot. Yeah, we might need some volunteer marshals. Paul, do you want to go do the other corner? Thanks, buddy.
1:30 left.
So what do I got for marshals? Gonna need one in the far corner there, guys. Volunteer in the far corner there.
Left.
There's Dallin. So still waiting on Tom. And there's Tom. Okay.
5 seconds left.
So I got all the drivers. You're down there. Thank you. Hey, Stuart, you do me a favor and cover that far corner? I'll give you $1. Canadian even.
Left.
Okay, guys, straightaway is closed. Order is going to be Tom, Todd, Dallin, Blake, and Craig. Line them up on the straightaway. Marshals, look alive. Drivers, look alive. Tom, you're going on the tone. Todd, Dallin, Blake, and Craig. 8 minutes of 12 scale fun. Ooh, Dallin's car looks steery. Looks good. All right, let's see what the opening lap brings. Todd Mason to the point. Dallin in second. Blake, Tom, and Craig. Blake's going to need a few laps to get the feel of 12 scale modified again. Last ran Canadian Nationals last year, I think. So, a while ago. 1 minute in. Todd still on top. Blake up into second, 0.8 of a
7
second
minutes
behind. Dallin in third, Craig and Tom is out. Looks like Craig might be out too, unfortunately. All right, 0.5 of a second now separate first and second. Then it's 4 seconds back to Dallin in third. And Tom is a ways back from that. So let's see what we got. What's the split on this lap, Todd? 0.5 last time. 0.1 now. So we got a battle for first here between Todd and Blake. I think that was a tiny little mistake from Todd. That might give Blake it on this lap. Yes, it does. Now that swaps 1/10 of a second. Dallin still in third, a ways back, and Tom a ways back.
6 minutes left.
So I don't need to tell you guys, but Dallin and Tom, if you get either of these guys come up on you, please give them lots of room. They're in a battle for their lives right now. Looks like Blake now is starting to create a little bit of a lead over Todd, 4.1 seconds. He's going to be cupping up on Tom. Thanks, Tom. You're swell. Let's look at some hot laps. That's always fun. Blake Bell with a 10.7. Todd with a 10.9. Dallin 11.4. And Tom an 11.7.
Five minutes left.
Blake pretty much just keeping it between the pipes. He's not pushing it. Looks pretty good. Car looks all right. Almost halfway there. Almost. Four minutes, 8 seconds. Blake Bell with an 8.8 second lead now over Todd. And then it's a couple
4
laps
minutes
back
left.
to Dallin and a few more laps back to Tom. Uh-oh, this body tuck on Tom. Or no, that's Todd. Somebody help him out there. Run out there, help him out. Is that going to be enough for Dallin to squeeze into second? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. 1.6 seconds back now from Todd. So it's Blake, Todd, Dallin. Closest battle is for second. Todd and Dallin separated by 1.5 seconds.
3 minutes left.
1.6 seconds, the gap now. All right, look away for 1 second, and now we're down to half a second between Dallin and Todd for second place. Looks like Todd had a... Oh, no. Just stop the car. Let it roll backwards. There you go. Go, go, go. So I think with that now, Dallin pops up into second. He does. Todd slips down to third, and Tom in fourth. And Craig back out on the track. Yay. 7 laps. Minute and a half left. Waiting on Sarah to tech for scale spec, please. Sarah, Need you at tech. Okay. And coming up on a minute left, Blake, Dallin, Todd, Tom, Craig.
1 minute left.
There's not really any battles now, so just finish strong. "30 seconds, guys. Blake is out front still. Dallin in second. Blake's 2 laps up on Dallin. Then it's 9.5 seconds back to Todd in third. And Tom and Craig on his 14th lap after taking a couple minutes off. Yep. 5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. Just finish where you are. Thank you, Todd. That's the master clock. Everybody just keep rolling. I'll tell you when the race is over. Waiting on Craig. Everybody's done but Craig. And that's a race. Blake Bell set in TQ 43.802. The single applause. I like it.
.230 left.
Okay, race 9, first heat of scale spec.
2 minutes left.
All right, everyone that was out there on the last run should be out to Marshall. I think I've got everybody checked in. Marshals, please.
1:30 left.
Tom, Todd, Dallin, myself, and Craig. Dallin and Craig, need you out here to Marshall, please.
1 minute left.
There's Craig. One of you guys should go in the behind the straight there. Yeah, thanks. All right, here we go. We can group them up, drivers, at the start of the straightaway. The order for this heat is going to be Sarah, Paul,
45 seconds
Joe,
left.
and Bob. All right, here we go. First heat of scale spec. On the tone, Sarah. Paul. Joe. Bob. All right, this is race number 9 as we work our way through the first round of qualifying. First of 2 heats of scale spec. Pretty close throughout the whole field right now. Looks like Paul Younger out to the early top pace here in the red, blue, and white. Just passing Sarah there. So Paul out front on a 19-lap pace. Work together, everybody.
4 minutes left.
All right, 130 in. It's now Joe Fantetti taking over the top spot. Now it's Paul back in front. It's very close between all four of you, so keep driving the way you're going there and try and stay out of each other's way. Put your best run in. It's very, very close for all four drivers in this heat.
3 minutes left.
2 down drivers, 3 to go. At the moment, it is Paul. He seems to be the one finding his way to the top of the board here the most on an 18-lap, 5:02 pace. And then Joe, Bob, and Sarah all running very similar paces, a little slower than Paul right now. But having said that, Paul just made an error, so we'll see what happens. We are just past halfway. Drivers about 2:30 left. Next heat of scale spec should be in tech, ready to roll.
Two minutes left.
All right, just under 2 minutes left. Paul, Bob, Joe, and Sarah is your order. And it's still quite close throughout the whole field, really. A couple of seconds separating each car. Last time by, computer says Bob goes to the front. Bob is in the light blue. And now it's got Paul back on top. So hard to say who's going to come out front of this one. There's still another heat of scale spec to come as well. Everyone in scale spec could be making the A main directly. So there's a little less pressure there. They'll all be able to run 3 A mains together.
1 minute left.
Final minute. Paul, Joe, Sarah, and Bob is the order. Joe's only 0.6 behind Paul, so it's very close at the front. Oh, and now Sarah goes to 2. And now Sarah goes to the top. Everyone's had a shot at the lead in this heat. Computer's got Sarah out front right now, 18.513. Paul, 18.514. Joe, 18.515. Top 3, all within 1 second of each other. 20 seconds left on the master clock. Sarah lays down a good lap there. 18.510 the pace, gives herself a 2-second buffer. Announcer's curse slows her down a little bit. 10 seconds left. Another heat of scale spec coming up next, race number 10. All right, a couple more laps here. The master clock has expired, but keep rolling, keep rolling. It's really close here. Mistake from Sarah, that might cost her. Keep rolling, careful, end of straight, end of straight. Everyone's done but Joe. Everyone's done but Joe. And we are done. Whew. All right, Paul Younger ends up taking it. Sarah grabs second. Joe third and Bob fourth. Everyone held like every position in that heat, one point or another. Scale Spec Race 2's up. This is, race number 10. The second heat of Scale Spec. Looking for Dustin, Gerald, Cole, and Rob.
Two 30 left. Two minutes left.
Can we get Gerald to swing by the line? I think I've got everybody else. I just need to see
1:30
Gerald
left.
on the loop, and we'll be sure. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Gerald. Okay. Everybody has checked. So the racers from the last one should be out there to marshal. Hey, Paul, can you come into the wall there? Are you gonna kind of get that side? Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Thank you. We got Bob back there.
1 minute left.
Sarah, if you can do in front of the driver's stand. And we got Joe down there. Perfect. Okay, we're set to go. So the order will be Dustin, Gerald, Cole, and Rob.
45 seconds left.
Here we go. On the tone, Dustin. Gerald. Cole. And Rob.
Four minutes left.
All right, drivers, 1 minute in. It is Dustin out front. Dustin driving the white pink hue. Coming through the front chicanes right now. Cole in the 2. Cole's in the yellow and pink and blue. Gerald in the 3. Gerald, you're only 1.1 second behind Cole, but Cole's coming up behind you, so you will have to let him pass if he gets close enough. Rob in the 4, in the yellow. All right, Cole gets through. Cole, you're 2.3 seconds off Dustin's pace. All 4 drivers in this heat
3
are on
minutes left.
TQ paces. At the end of the round, drivers, we have a 30-minute lunch break. So after race 12, the track will be open for practice for 30 minutes. You can head off, grab lunch or practice or wrench or whatever. We'll be back at around 12. No, sorry, around 1:20 for the start of round 2. So enjoy a 30-minute break after this round's over. Marshall in the middle. Thanks, Sarah. Just about 3 minutes down in this one. It is still Dustin owning
2
this one
minutes
so
left.
far. The leader working through a little traffic right now. Dustin in that whitish pink car there, solid color, sort of. White pink. Wink. He's coming up behind Cole. If he gets there, Cole, you'll have to let him by, obviously. Cole running in second in the heat. Okay, just stay there, Cole. Just stay there and get ready to go behind Dustin. Okay. $1:30 to go.
One minute left.
All right, 45 seconds left. Still Dustin, Cole, Gerald, and Rob. Still all 4 ahead of TQ. The gap, though, between first and second has grown as Dustin now has about a 12-second lead over Cole, who has about a 4-second gap back to Gerald. 15 seconds to go. Race 11, first heat of Touring Modified. Should be finishing up in tech and staging. 2 races to go before we break for 30 minutes. We'll have open track. Keep rolling, everyone. The master clock's expired. I will let you know when you've finished. Everybody is done. All right, pull them off, drivers. That is it for race 10. Dustin resetting TQ in scale spec. All right, race number 11, first heat of modified touring.
$2:30 left. Two minutes left.
Okay, I need to sort a couple of transponders. Jeff, could you swing by the line? Just Jeff. Thanks. And Ed?
1:30 left.
Thank you. And Keith? Keith, can you swing by the line, please? Thank you. And finally, Sammy, could you get you across the line, please? Okay, thank you. All right, let's group them up. The order will be Keith leading us off, followed by
1
Sammy,
minute left.
Ed, Jeff, Brian, and Glenn. I'll be calling it fairly quickly. Let's check our marshals. We got Rob in front. Dustin. Gerald, can you go middle? Okay. Here we go. Once again, order Keith, Sammy, Ed, Jeff, Brian, and Glenn. On the tone, it will be Keith. Sammy, Ed, Jeff, Brian, Glenn. All right, this is race 11 on the track. One more to come, and then we'll be on a 30-minute break. Leading the way early here is Sammy Lee, followed by Ed and Keith, your top three, not separated by much.
One minute in,
4
we got
minutes
Sammy, Edmund, Keith, Jeff, Brian, and Glenn rounding out the field. 4 minutes to go. Fastest lap out there so far, 11.7 by Sammy, 11.7 by Keith, 11.9 by Edmund, 12.9 by Jeff, 13.2 by Brian, and 13.6 by Glenn. Sammy's on a 26.510 pace. Keith on a 26.511 pace. Edmund 25.5 flat pace. So those cars all really close. There's half a second separating Sammy, Keith, and Edmund right now. Then we've got Jeff, Brian, and Glenn rounding out the field. So Keith has taken over the lead. It looks like he's upside down though, so. Sammy takes over the lead. Then we've got Keith, Edmund, Jeff, Brian, and Glenn. Halfway through the race, drivers 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Sammy, 25.5 flat pace. Keith, 25.501 pace. Edmund, 25.502 pace. Then we've got Jeff, 23.513. Brian, 22.513. And Glenn, 22.514. So there's a tight battle for the lead and a tight battle for fifth. With Jeff on a lap of his own in the middle. Keith has now
2 minutes left.
made his way into the lead, 25.5 flat pace. 3 down, 2 to go. Sammy, 25.5 flat pace. Edmund, 25.502. Fastest lap out there, an 11.7 with a 3 for Keith. Sammy's got an 11.7 with a 5. 11.8 for Edmund. And then Jeff, Glenn, and Brian are all in the 12s. Our leader with a few cars around him at the moment. Four minutes down, 1 to go.
1 minute left.
Keith and Sammy back and forth. It was Keith's, now it's Sammy's turn to lead. Keith and Sammy have both bumped him up to 26 lap paces. 30 seconds left. Sammy's got it, Keith wants it. Oh, Keith parks it. Sammy gets by. And the clock is running down. I'll let you know when you're done. Sammy, Keith, Edmund, Jeff, Glenn, and Brian, the running order. And that's our race. Everybody is done. Sammy wins that 25-5 flat.
Two 30 left.
Okay, all of our drivers have checked in. We need our marshals to take their spots. Then we can get race 12 of round 1 in the books. Okay, looks like we've got all of our marshals ready. The starting order will be Corgi, then Dave, Stuart, Luke, Alex, and Blake. So once again, that'll be Corgi starts first, then Dave, Stuart, Luke, Alex, and Blake. Corners ready, drivers ready. Let's get Corgi on the tone. Dave, Stuart, Luke, Alex, and Blake. Time to beat is 25-5 flat, set by Sammy. And I know there were a couple other drivers right around that time as well. Still trying to build a groove in the track. The angled straightaway cuts across a few different lanes, so it's going to take a while for that groove to develop. There's a couple of corners where you go
4
from a high
minutes
bite
left.
to low bite, back to high bite. 1 minute down, 4 to go. Luke, our leader, then Dave, Corgi, and Blake, all on a TQ pace, followed by Stuart and Alex. So we've got Luke driving the all-white car. We've got Stuart driving an all-white car. So you can't really tell who's the leader and who's rounding out the field. But Luke is our leader, 26.505 pace.
minutes
Corgi in the orange car, 26.509 pace. Dave Elric, 26.510. He's running blue. Blake Bell in his customary blue and yellow as well. He's running right around where Dave is. And we've got Stuart in the all-white and Alex So rounding out the field, he's got the silver car. Halfway through the race, drivers, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Luke, Blake, Corgi, and Dave, all on a TQ pace. Luke's got an 11.2 for his fastest. Dave's got an 11.4. Corgi's got 11.5, and everyone else has an 11.7 for their best. So Luke, 26.506 pace. Corgi, 26.509 pace. Blake, 26.509 pace. Dave, 26.511 pace.
2 minutes left.
Then we've got Stuart, 25.505, and Alex, 25.505. So Luke's got the race in hand, and then it's essentially a tie for second and a tie for fifth. As far as pace is concerned, we're 3.5 down, 1.5 to go. Luke, Corgi, Blake, Dave, Alex, Stuart, the running order. Looks like Luke just made it by Corgi when Corgi bobbled
1
in the
minute left.
chicane. 4 down, 1 to go. That should be good, Dave. Yeah, Dave, that was a 12-1. Right around what everyone else is turning. So Luke, Blake, Dave, Corgi, Alex, and Stuart. I'm showing 10 seconds left on the master clock. The race is rounding down. If you think you can bump up your pace, now's the time to do it. A couple of the drivers have made a couple of bobbles, so there aren't any really tight races out here except for third between Dave and Corgi. That's pretty much a toss-up. And that's a race. Blake, the last car to finish his lap, crosses the line sideways. That's the way to finish a race in style. And Blake picks up a second with that stylish move. Luke wins that, 26.505.
All right, drivers, we are on a 30-minute break. Race 1 will kick off at 1:20. It's 30 minutes from now. We are going to quickly run through the resort. You'll get a message about that shortly. But race 1, if you're in touring stock, perhaps didn't have a great qualifier in round 1, you'll want to be ready for 1:20, the kickoff of round 2. Track is open for practice.
12-4. 11-4. 11-7. 12-1. 16-2. 12-3. 11-8. 11-7. 11-4. 11-5. 13-9. 19-6. 13-0. 13-9. 13-2. 13-0. 12-8. 18-9. 23-4. 23-4. 27-1. Thirteen 8. 14-0. 13-4. 13-0. 14-0. 13-5. 12-2. 12-8. 12-4. 13-0. 12-2. 21.5. 13-0. 12-3. 16-8. 13-3. 12-2. 15-9. 13-0. 12-7. 12-6. 17-5. 18-6. 11-9. 17-1. 12-0. 29-8. 11-8. 18-7. 12-2. 12-8. 27-4. 26-4. 12-2. 13-5. 16-0. 12-1. 12-7. 12-3. 15-5. 12-9. 11-8. 15-0. 16-2. 11-8. 15-1. 13-2. 12-0. 15-0. 30.7,
33.0, 43.4,
12.9, 12.3, 13.0, 17.1, 12.4, 12.2, 17.4, 11.9, 19.1, 12.6, 11.9, 12.8, 22.6, 12.1, 12.1, 12.9, 12.0, 12.1, 20 flat, 12.9, 12.0, 11.8, 13.2, 12.5, 13.7, 27.4, 12.6, 11.6, 13.8, 16.5, 12.2, 17.0, 12.0, 13.1, 12.0, 19.7, 11.8, 16.8, 12.4, 16.8, 11.7, 12.4, 17.1, 11.9, 12.7, 16.4, 11.9, 11.8, 12.8, 12.5, 16.4, 13.2, 11.8, 28.4, 12.9, 12.3, 11.7, 13.7, 12.2, 16.2, 12.5, 12.9, 12-4, 13-6, 12-0, 12-1, 13-9, 13-1, 12-9, 12-1, 13-2, 13-4, 16-7, 11-9, 13-2, 14-0, 11-9, 12-7, 12-1, 15-1, 12-0, 16-7, 14-2,
43.1.
11-7, 13-2, 13-9, 11-4, 12-3, 14-2, 14-0, 11-5, 13-2, 11-6, 20.3, 12-6, 11-3, 12-0, 14-1, 17-9, 11-6, 13-3, 17-1, 11-5, 13-6, 16-1, 14-0, 16-4, 12-8, 13-0, 15-7,
All right, drivers, it's been 30 minutes, so the track is closed.
Fourteen 0 17-5,
Right. So we will call race 1 to Tech, please. Touring stock, race 1, round 2 to Tech. That's going to be Glenn, Gerald, Paul, Stephen, Sean, Bob, and Nick. Jared, can you fill in for Neil, please?
4 minutes left. Three minutes left.
All right, race 1 in tech or on the track warming up. We need our marshals from race 12. Marshals will be Luke, Blake, Corgi, Dave, Sammy, and Keith for marshaling.
2:30 left.
Kicking off round number 2.
Two minutes left.
So go easy on your warm-up laps, drivers. Let's make sure everyone's in condition to start this heat. I've got checks so far from Glenn, Gerald, Paul, and Stephen. We're still waiting for Sean, Bob, and Nick. Marshals, I see Corgi, Dave, Sammy, Keith.
1:30 left.
Marshals, I need Luke out there and me. You're there. Perfect. I didn't see you. Can you go under the stand, please? Yeah, you guys can't be within 10 feet of each other. That was not efficient. Thanks, Dave. It's a good thing you're here.
1 minute left.
Waiting for Bob to check, and we're good to go. The order for
45
this one
seconds left.
is going to be Glenn, Gerald, Paul, Stephen, Sean, Bob, and Nick. All right, here we go.
30 seconds left.
Everybody's checked. On the tone, Glenn, Gerald, Paul, Stephen, Sean, Bob, Nick. All right, race 1 underway here. First race in round 2. We will have a chance for another short break/practice session at the end of this round, just like the last one. So if you really need something for that final qualifier later this afternoon, you will have a practice session opportunity at the end of this round. We should be wrapping up tonight around 5:30. We'll set up the mains and have them posted and whatnot. People are more than welcome to stick around and practice a bit later than that. Or you can take the night off and go rest and eat.
4 minutes left.
Okay, 1 minute in. It's Nick Fantetti leading this one. He's on a 23:503 pace. That would put him 5th overall in touring stock. So that would be a big jump for him. Glenn in the 2, Gerald, Paul, Sean, Bob, and Steven, your full order. The leader is driving the green and black. Mostly green car with a black rear, black trunk area. Ooh, just about gets hung up there. Glenn running second in the yellow, blue, and orange. Gerald in third. It's pretty close between Glenn and Gerald. You guys are separated by
3 minutes
0.1 second right now. I think you can see each other on the track there. Paul in the 4. Paul, you'd be moving up a couple of spots, so keep it up. Bob in the 5, Sean and Steven. Nearing the halfway point. This is race 1 on the track. Race 2 should be in tech. So Glenn and Gerald. Glenn, the car behind you has now moved to the front of the pack here. Gerald takes over the top spot. He's coming into all kinds of traffic, the black and orange. Just so you know, Glenn, if he gets there, he's now the leader. Glenn, you are running second. Yeah, you were. Announcer's curse there. I was mentioning way too much. So that's going to shuffle him down, unfortunately. Nick's going to probably move back up into second here. So yeah, now it is Gerald, Nick, and looks like Nick is out. Trouble there for Nick and Glenn. Glenn at least is still on the track. So Glenn, that does put you back up into second at least. Paul gets the benefit there, moves up to third in this heat. Bob's going to move to fourth. And Steven and Sean with 1:15 to go. The pace for Gerald, 23:507. This is a big jump for him. Looking to move up 9 positions in the overall stock touring class.
1 minute left.
The leader coming up behind. Yep, thank you. .45 seconds left. Paul, you've got the leader coming up on you when he's there. Just pull a little wide. He's not quite there yet. Well done, sir. Perfectly done. Probably only cost you a couple tenths. Paul, you're in third, so keep it up. 30 seconds left. Track's clear. Leader coming up next on Steven, potentially here. And Bob, careful, 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 leader. Thank you. .15 seconds to go. It's still Gerald, Glenn, and Paul, your top 3. Steven has moved up into fourth now. Bob, Sean is your full order. All right, keep rolling. The clock's expired. Not everyone's finished, so keep on rolling. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Another lap. Everybody's done. Yeah, dodged a bullet there, Paul. Everybody is done. So Gerald reset in TQ, moving up 9 positions to 7th overall in stock touring with that run. Good job, Gerald. But there's still 2 heats to come. So race 1, please put your cars on the table and head out to Marshall. Race 2 on the track.
.230 left.
All right, I've got a check from everybody. Marshall should be out there.
1:30 left.
Yeah, Marshall's look good. All right, let's group them up, please. At the careful, we're slowing down. Tracks closed, slowing down. Order will be Craig, Brian, Dustin, Avery, Dan, Cole, and Rob. Okie doke. Marshals are good. Drivers are good. Here we go. On the tone, Craig, Brian, Dustin, Avery, Dan, Cole, and Rob. All right, everyone's nicely spaced out. Settle in. Let's have a nice clean qualifier. Caution right side. Still there, and in front. Okay, right side's clear. Track's clear. Work together, guys. A lot of cars in the same part of the track right now. Don't throw it away. It's impossible to say who's up front right now because there's a lot of jockeying around on the scoreboard, so just work together out there. Caution end is, okay, it's clear.
4 minutes
All clear.
left.
Track is clear. Okay, 1 minute in, Dustin rises to the top here in the white, pink, rose-colored car down the back straight. Craig running second in the orange, little clear track for him. Dan in third. Brian, Rob, Cole, and Avery. Now Craig to the top. He's in the bright orange. Nothing but track in front of him there. Lots of clear track. 23.510 pace.
Three minutes left.
Our leader makes a mistake there, unfortunately, so that may change things up. Nicely marshaled. Track is clear. See what happens here on the next lap. Yeah, so Brian now has actually taken over the lead. Dan has moved to second. Craig drops to third. He'll pick up Brian. Brian on the right side of the track in the white and blue through the front chicanes. Dan about 1/10 or 2/10 of a second behind Brian right now, so very close. Craig 1.6 behind Dan.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. This is race 2 on the track. 3 should be wrapping up tech. So a little bit of shuffling around here after a few mistakes. Brian's still out front, but his pace not moving him forward at all. He's still holding in 10th overall. Craig would hold in 9th. No change for him. Cole's really the only one that's moving forward in the overall. He's running third in this heat, but Cole, your pace would move you up 5 spots, so stick with it here. Leader still is Brian in the white and
left.
blue, coming up on 3 cars, one of which is Cole, but there's 2 cars between them, so shouldn't be a problem. Cole finds some clear track here, running in second. Well, him and Craig now back and forth here for second and third. But everyone except for Cole not moving forward in the overall. 30 seconds left. No, actually now Brian pushes it. He would now move up one spot, so keep it up. 20 seconds left. The leader in amongst a whole pack. Got a little bit of breathing room behind him. 10 seconds left. Brian, Craig, Cole, Dan, Dustin, Avery, and Rob are off. Oh, it looks like Avery's back for some laps. Either that or his transponder has stopped. Ooh. Okay, keep rolling, everyone. The master clock's expired. Waiting for a couple of cars. Keep rolling. Okay, everybody is done. Everybody is done. Dustin and Avery, please come up to the timing. You guys have got some serious transponder issues.
Two minutes left.
Okay, everybody is checked. Thank you.
1:30 left.
Okay, the straight's closed. We're just doing a quick transponder check here for Avery. Yes, Avery. Hold on. Do it one more time for me there. Yeah, it's quite a low value. So something's, try mounting it in a new spot or something. The strength of it is very weak. Okay, the order for this is going to be Luke, Sammy, Jesse, Stuart, Jared, Frank, and Jesse Galang at the back. Sorry, Jesse
1
Anderson
minute
is
left.
third. Jesse Galang is seventh. Once again, Luke, Sammy, Jesse Anderson, Stuart, Jared, Frank, and Jesse Galang. Okay, let's check. Okay, get on there, Marshall. Let's check our marshals here.
45 seconds left.
Okay, good. All right. Touring stock, final heat of the round. So the target is Luke's 25.508 from round number 1. The only other person to do a 25 was Sammy. He was only 4/10 off at the end. Here we go. Corner marshals ready. Drivers are good. Luke on the tone. Sammy, Jesse, Stuart, Jared, Frank, Jesse G. It's a trend in touring car bodies. They're better aerodynamics, but they look Okay, 1 minute in, drivers. 4 to
4
go.
minutes left.
At the moment, we got Stewart out front, but it's tight. Luke, Stewart, Sammy, very, very close. The three of them are jockeying around a little bit. Then it's Jared, Jesse Anderson, Frank, and Jesse Galang. I think this is our leader down the straightaway now. Yes. So Luke up front now. He's got a 0.6 second gap to Sammy, who has 0.1 to Stewart. So still very close to the top three. Jesse Anderson, 2.6 seconds behind Stewart. Another half second back is Jared, and 1.8 behind Jared, we have Frank. 2.5 back, Jesse Glenn.
3 minutes left.
This is race 3 on the track. Race 4 coming up next, the first heat of 12 scale stock. All right, we're at the halfway point, 2:30. Still Luke. Now Stewart has moved up into second. Sammy third. As soon as I said that, Sammy takes second back. Sammy and Stewart, you guys are basically running identical paces, have been for the last few laps. Then there's a 4.8 second back to Jesse Anderson, who's fighting it out with Jared. 0.8 between them. So a couple of battles out there. Luke starting to pull away now. Luke's got 2 seconds over Sammy and Stewart, who are on top of each other for pace. The pace for Luke is a 25.501. It's 7 seconds faster than his previous TQ. Top 3 drivers are all beating Luke's previous TQ. Luke, Stewart, and Sammy all running faster than last round's TQ. But Luke's doing it big time by like 7 seconds. Still Stewart and Sammy, it's 0.1. Every time I look at the screen, it's either 0 or 0.1 second, the gap between you guys. So keep it up. It's been a very clean heat. Let's keep it that way with 1:15 to go. Whoa, that was close. So final minute.
1 minute left.
3 seconds now, the gap from Luke back to Stewart. And now it's the biggest gap I've seen back to Sammy, 0.8. So still very close between Stewart and Sammy for second. And that would be second overall. Top 3 are all ahead of TQ. Still Jesse Anderson in the 4. Jared, Frank, and Jesse Galang. 30 seconds left. Now Sammy ahead of Stewart. Sammy goes to 2, Stewart to 3. 0.4 between them. 15 seconds left. Still a qualifying round to go, but this is a pretty good run, so this could impact the main position, starting spots. Sammy, oh, that's 0.1 between Sammy and Stewart again. Master clock's expired. Keep going, everybody. Keep rolling. Just keep pushing. And everybody is done. Luke Pittman resets TQ by 6 seconds with a 25.502. Sammy takes second in this heat. We'll move to second overall. Stewart takes third, and we'll move to third overall. 0.2 between Sammy and Stewart at the end. All right, race number 4, our first heat of 12 scales stock.
2:30 left. Two minutes left.
All right, easy on your warm-ups, drivers. Let's get everybody checked in. Let's get our marshals out into position.
$130 left.
Okay, I need checks from Paul, Joe, and Brian.
One minute left.
Now I just need Joe and Brian to swing by the line. I see Brian there.
45 seconds left.
Oh, there's Joe. Okay. Marshals look good. All right.
$30 seconds left.
Everybody's checked. Caution in front of the driver's stand there. Thank you. Okay, let's group them up, guys, at the start of the straight.
15 seconds left.
Order will be Bob, Paul, Joe, Brian, Rob, and Avery. On the tone, Bob. Paul. Joe. Brian. Rob. Avery. All right, race 4. Work together, guys. 4 of you in tight quarters. Just be patient. Let it sort itself out. All right, we got Rob Fantetti up front. He's in the bright yellow. Whew. Careful, guys. So Rob in the bright yellow.
7 minutes left.
Brian in second in the white and blue. Now Brian moves up front with that lap. Brian, then Rob. Avery in the 3. Top 3 very close, all within 2 or 3 tenths of each other. And there's a little bit of a gap back to Paul and Bob and Joe. About 1:30 in. 6:30 to go. Avery now to the point. Looking to put it 8th overall with this pace. A jump of 10 spots. Brian running second, Rob third. It's quite close between the 3 of you still. So just keep rolling. Put in a good run here. Avery coming up on some traffic. Okay, that worked. One of those
6
was our
minutes
second place
left.
car, Rob, though, but he didn't get hung up too long. So now it's Avery, Brian, and Rob, your top 3. Still quite close together. And Paul, Bob, and Joe.
5 minutes left.
Okay, 3 minutes in, 5 to go. Avery still out front. His pace is increased, looking at 7th overall in 12th scale stock with this run. Brian running second, but he's 7 seconds back now. Rob, you're 0.3 behind Brian. So it's Avery, Brian, Rob, then it's Paul, Bob, and Joe. Avery, Brian, and Rob, all 3 of you are on your best runs. And all 3 of you are looking to move up quite
4
a few
minutes
spots. Avery trying to go for 7th, Brian 8th, and Rob 9th overall. Caution right side, upside down car. All right, track is clear. All right, just about at the 5-minute mark here, 3 to go. Order still Avery, Brian, and Rob. Brian and Rob, you guys are separated by
minutes
just
left.
0.2 right now. Keep it up. 3 to go. Caution right side. Okay, it's clear. End of sweep or end of straight, end of straight. All right, it's clear.
Two minutes left.
$1:45 to go. So Rob's moved to the top here. Brian's second, 4.6 back. Avery in third after having some kind of issue, and he's going to be moving down here as he's off fully.
One minute left.
Track's clear. 30 seconds left. Still Rob and Brian, your top 2. Paul, Bob, and Joe. Avery off. Ten seconds till the end of the master clock. All right, keep rolling, everybody. The clock's expired. I'll let you know when you're finished. Brian trying to be the only one to move forward here. Could be jumping up several spots. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Everybody is done. Okay, that's it for race 4. Race 5 on the track, please. Hey, Bri, can I see you for a second? Once you grab your car.
.230 left. Two minutes left. .130 left.
Okie doke. Got everybody checked except for Glenn. Is Glenn going to make it?
1 minute
1 minute?
left.
Okay. Perfect. We got a minute. I can't tell now.
45 seconds left.
Did you beat everybody by like 6/10 or something?
30 seconds left.
Oh, really?
15 seconds left.
Well, yeah, basically I can do everything I need to do within this 8 minutes. If I start the race. How's Glenn looking? Does go? Okay. Okie doke. So the order is Dan, Stephen, Cole, Craig, and Sean then. I need a marshal in front of the driver's stand. Who am I missing? Okay, thanks, Rob. Okay, here we go. On the tone, Dan. Stephen. Cole. Craig. Sean.
All right, we're just about a minute in. Cole Chura out in front. 0.6 of a second over Steven. In 2, Craig Roberts in the 3rd. Dan,
7
Sean,
minutes left.
and I don't know what Glenn's doing. So Cole looking at moving up 2 spots. Cole's hot lap is a 12-2. Steven 12-3, Craig 12-3, Sean 12-3, Dan 12-5. All right, so 2 minutes down. Should be about 6 minutes. I didn't say it. So Cole out in first with a 1.1 second lead over Craig. Craig is only 0.1 seconds over Steven. Steven now to the second spot. Dan in fourth. Sean in fifth. TQ is Jared Heap with a 40 in 8:02, and Cole is on a 39 8:06. So Cole slowly increasing his pace, looking at moving up 5 spots right now. Up into fourth with this run. Fast lap, 12.03 now. Craig Roberts has a 12.1. Steven has a
5 minutes
12.05.
left.
Dan a 12.3. So order top to bottom now is Cole, Steven, Craig, Dan, and Sean. 1, 2, and 3 are only separated by 1.9 seconds. And then it's a couple seconds back to Dan in fourth. Uh-oh, Cole with a bad lap. That's going to change things up. Craig Roberts up to the point. Cole to second. Steven down into third. Then Dan in the fourth spot. So Craig also looking at moving up 4 spots into seventh right now. He would need to increase his pace by about 2 seconds to get up into sixth. So Craig, Cole, Steven is top 3. Craig and Cole separated by a half a second.
4
And then
minutes left.
4.4 seconds back to Steven. 2.6 seconds back to Dan. So realistically, everybody's fairly close here. 0.4 of a second now separate Craig and Cole. So it would appear Cole has a slightly faster car, but that bad lap really cost him. 13.2 second lap, I think it was. On that lap, Cole takes over the top spot. 0.3 lead now over Craig. Steven in the third spot. 4.9 seconds back. So 1 and 2 are starting to pull away from the field with 3 minutes left. 0.8 of a second. So Cole's starting to create a gap now over Craig.
Three minutes left.
Once again, the TQ. J-Rod with a 40 in 8:02. Cole looking up, moving up 3 spots now to 6th. He's getting his pace back. He's hitting consistent 12 threes, 12 twos. Craig with a little bit of a slower lap will set him back 1.3 seconds. And then it's 11 seconds back to Steven. Steven and Dan now in a battle. So Steven and Dan fighting for the 3rd spot, separated by 1/10 of a second. 0.8 of a second on that lap. So scratch that. No battle there. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Two minutes left.
Cole still holding strong with those 12 threes. Moving himself back up into the 5th position now. He's going to move up 4 spots if he can hang on for a minute and a half. Craig still in 2, Steven in 3, Dan 4, Sean 5, and Glenn's back on the track turning some laps. Glenn's on an 8 in 8:20 pace. That's solid. Oh, Glenn bumped it up to a 9 in 8:18. So Glenn's stepping up the pace now. Unfortunately, he missed
1
28
minute
laps.
left.
Oh, yeah, Cole is still increasing his pace. Now he's looking at going 4th overall. Nope, just as I say that, 5th overall. So he's right on the cusp. It's only about a 1/10 of a second separating him from that next position. Craig still in 2. Steven in 3, Dan and Sean. Another slow lap for Cole. Unfortunately, he's going to slide him way back down. Craig out to the point now. So Craig still looking at improving by 4 positions. So this is a good run for Craig. Cole in 2nd. Steven, Dan, Sean with 15 seconds left. Cole still with the hot lap. Steven has got a pretty good hot lap too with a 12:0. Master clock has expired. Keep rolling till I give you further instructions. Track's still live, guys. Keep it clean. Track's still live. Keep it clean. Finish strong. We're still live, still live. Waiting on 2 cars. And that is a race. Craig Roberts ended up taking it in the end with 39.811.
Okay, race number 6. Final heat of 12 scale stock for this round.
.230 left.
There's parts of a damper tube up here at timing and scoring. If you're missing a part of a damper tube for your 12 scale car, come up to timing and scoring.
Two minutes left. .130 left.
Missing a check from George. You cross the line yet, George?
1 minute left.
There's nothing from that car there. Your transponder in there?
.45 seconds left. .30 seconds left. 15 seconds left.
So order for this will be Jared, Todd, Nick, George, Dallin, and Tom. Thanks, Stuart. That's better. Hot transponder action. All right. Once again, Jared, Todd, Nick, George, Dallin, and Tom. Hey, Paul, can you come to the middle point here, please? The little wall. Okay, we're good. Here we go, drivers. You're shooting for Jared's 40 laps, 8:02 that he set in round 1. Marshall's on your toes. Yes, good. So it is Jared on the tone. Todd? Nick? George? Dallin? Tom? Okay, 1 minute in.
7 minutes left.
It is Jared out front, Tom second, Dallin, Nick, Todd, and George, but it's extremely close. Little tiny gaps here, 2 and 3 tenths per car. So Dallin, Tom is running in second. It's hard, I know, it's hard to say there because you guys are really similar pace, but I think that was the right play. Now try and follow Jared and get back past. Tom lets Jared go. Also the mandatory play in that case. Still Jared, Tom, your top two. Then actually Nick Fantetti gets into that fray, and Todd, George, Dallin. So Jared up front with a 1.1 second back to Nick, 0.4 back to Tom, 0.7 back to Todd, another second back to Dallin, and then half a second to George. It's very close throughout the entire field. We're only 2 minutes in, 6 to go. So everyone knows what to do out there. Thanks, George. That's really, really close. Half a second between Nick and Tom for second. And Todd is right there as well. Another half second back. Then it's 1 second from Todd to Dallin and 3 from Dallin to George. And now it looks like Jared with a slow lap has allowed Tom to be right there. Let's have a look as they come by the line. Tom and Jared's pace right now equal, 41 laps, 8:07 for both of them. Nick also getting right in there. Basically, Jared, Tom, Todd, and Nick are all running the same pace right now. And Dallin's only 0.7 back. George 3 seconds back. So anybody's game here in this one. Literally anybody's. We are just about at the halfway point. The one consistency is that Jared has been shown on top this whole time. But after that, it's just 2 or 3 tenths per car. Tom goes wide there, has to let, or does let Jared go underneath. Might slow Tom down a little bit. We'll check on the laps. 3:30 to go. 3:30 to go. Lots of time left. Todd is now taken over second. 1.7 back from Jared. And the same pace basically as Tom. Tom about 2 or 3 tenths behind Todd. Nick in the 3 tenths back from Tom and Todd, or Todd and Tom. Dallin 1.5 back from Nick, and George 3.5 back from Dallin with 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left.
Todd's trying to mount a charge on Jared here. He's 1.6 behind the leader. .240 to go. Still quite a bit of time left here. This is round 2. Final heat of 12 scale stock for this round. Top 3 drivers, Jared, Todd, and Tom, all ahead of the TQ pace. Jared continues to run out front. He's got that same 1.6 second gap over Todd. Tom's body rubs, pushes wide in the sweeper. That's going to set him back a little bit.
2 minutes left.
Tom and Dallin now fighting it out for third as Dallin's picked it up a little bit. He's climbing up, got past Nick. So it's Jared, Todd, Tom, Dallin, Nick, George. 2 seconds between Jared and Todd. So Jared extending his lead slightly. And Todd has a couple of seconds, I think, yeah, over Tom, Dallin, and Nick now. .120 to go. 2.3 now from Jared to Todd. So Jared continuing to extend that lead. Going to reset his TQ. 41.810. He's now the only one clinging to a 41. Todd's 48
1 minute
flat.
left.
Final minute. 2.1 between first and second. 2.2 between first and second that time. Around 40 seconds to go. Still Jared and Todd, your top 2. Then it's a couple of seconds back to Tom and Dallin. Dallin, you're only half a second behind Tom. .15 seconds left. Coming up next, our first heat of 12 scale modified. We do have a couple of back-to-back drivers, so we may have an extra minute for them to get through tech and get out on the track. Keep rolling, everybody. The master clock just expired, but no one's finished. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Everybody is done. Everybody's done. Jared takes that one, holds on to that 41.810. Todd grabs second. Moves himself to second overall, or maybe he already was. Yeah, I think he was. Dallin moves up there big time to third overall, and Tom to fourth. Pretty competitive heat there. Okay, 12 scale modified. Looking for Tom, Sean, Craig, and Nick. We'll give you guys an extra minute to get back out there. I know you're just running.
2:30 left. Two minutes left. $130 left. One minute left. $45 seconds left. $30 seconds left. $15 seconds left.
Okay, we've got Thomas check back in here. He's back to back. Nick, are you good? Yep, look good. Okay, we'll get a check from Nick, please. Sean's Weirs. Oh, there he is. All right, everybody's checked in. We might need a couple of volunteers from the IROC camp down there because we've got Nick and Tom. Hopefully they arranged backup marshals. Paul Younger. You want to come help for your dad? You can go over here. Thanks, Dustin. Let's go right there. We need someone under the driver's stand. We got Todd on the tough spot there. Dallin, I know you're next, but can you at least marshal for 5 minutes? Or we'll grab someone to do it. Okay, let's set the order. It's going to be Tom, Sean, Craig, and Nick. Once again, Tom, Sean, Craig, and Nick. Here we go. Tom on the tone. Sean? Sean? Craig? Nick? Thank you, Todd. Okay, underway in race 7. You can just put it on its side there, Paul. If you can see a switch, you can turn it off. Thanks.
7 minutes left.
All right, drivers, about 1:30 in. Up front, it is Tom, followed by Craig and Nick. Pace for Tom is a 41.804. That would put him third overall. Craig's also on a 41.809, would put him fifth overall.
Six minutes left.
Two down, 6 to go. 41.801 for Tom. He's pushing towards his 42. There it is, 8 flat now. 41.8 flat. Still good enough for third. He would need to find another couple seconds here. Oh, no, there it is there. So now Tom on pace to be second overall with a 42.808 pace.
Five minutes left.
Three down, 5 to go. Still Tom, Craig, and Nick, the order. Craig now putting it third overall with this run. So Tom and Craig bumping George down, but George is up in the next heat. Also bumping Dallin and Avery down. They are coming up in the next heat as well. Older guys trying to reassert their positions here. Get those kids out of there. Halfway, drivers.
4 minutes left.
42.808 still for Tom. That's good enough for second. Craig's pace 42.809. And in fact, actually on that lap there, Craig moves in front of Tom. And now Tom takes it back. So you guys are running the same pace. Fighting for second place overall in the standings right now. But there is still one heat to come. But it'll give George, Dallin, Avery, and Todd something to think about. 4:45 in. 3:15 to go. Tom and Craig still separated by 1 or 2/10 of a second each lap. At the moment, it is Tom out front, and Craig
3 minutes
now
left.
4/10 back in second. Nick running in third. Nick, you are on your best run as well, so keep it up. .530 down, 2:30 to go. Now Craig out front. Craig, Tom, Nick, the gap is 0.0. So Tom and Craig continuing to run the exact same paces here with second place overall in 12 scale modified on the line.
2 minutes left.
Our second heat of 12 scale modified is coming up next. So some of these guys that are getting bumped down right now will be up in the next heat. Tom now has pulled out a 1.5 second gap over Craig with a minute 30 to go. Down to 1.3. Still 1.3 with a minute 5. So all three of these
1 minute
drivers,
left.
everyone on the track right now is running their best run. Gap is down to 1.1. Craig's trying to push back at Thomas here with 45 seconds left. 1.0 now. 0.6. 30 seconds to go. Possible. Oh, that's going to end it. Finish up strong, Craig. You can still hold third. 20 seconds left. Craig's still holding pace to be third overall. But it looks like Tom's going to grab second. 10 seconds to go. All right, master clocks expired. Keep rolling. No, keep rolling, keep rolling. Oh, a mistake from the leader here. Oh, he had finished. Tom, you finished. Craig's done. And Nick is done. All right. So Tom does take the win there. 42.803, moves himself to second. Craig goes to third. All right, race 8 up next. Next heat of modified 12 scale. Thomas, can you call this one once you're off the track?
.230 left. Two minutes left. .130 left.
Okay, up now, race 8. We got Blake, George, Dallin, Avery, and Todd. These are supposed to be the fast cars here today, 12 scale mod.
1 minute left.
Waiting on George and Blake to check. Time to beat 43.802 set by Blake
45
in the last
seconds
round.
left. 30 seconds left.
Looks like Blake is standing with a fairly secure qualifier
15
after that
seconds
first
left.
round. No one else is terribly close. Okay, once our marshals take their positions, we'll get this race going. Everyone is checked except for George. George, can we get your car to check? Okay, it's checking this time. That's good. Okay, I see the last of the marshals taking up their positions. The starting order will be Blake, George, Dallin, Avery, and Todd. Everyone good to go? Once again, Blake, George, Dallin, Avery, and Todd. Blake on the tone. George, Dallin, Avery, Todd. Everyone's clock is going. Time to beat 43.802. I looked away for a moment, and I'm showing George in the lead, Blake in second, Dallin in third, all essentially tied with less than a minute into the race. Blake's got some clear track in front of him. He's going to tear down a
7
groove in this
minutes left.
carpet. 1 minute down, 7 to go. Blake, George, Dallin, Todd, and Avery. Blake bobbles in the chicane. That lets Todd reel in his bumper. See if Todd's going to let Blake walk away with this one or if Todd's going to hang on with a rubber band. Fastest lap out there, a 10.6 by Blake. Dallin's got a 10.7. George has a 10.9. Todd has a 10.9. And Avery's out there as well.
Six minutes left.
2 down, 6 to go. Blake on a TQ pace, 44.805. Wow. Dallin on pace for second with a 43.801 pace. George has a blown bearing or something, and he's out. So a whole bunch of cars crashed in that corner. One marshal trying to go after 3 cars caused everyone to have a bad lap. Looks like Todd is out. George is out. So we got Blake, Dallin, and Avery, the running order.
Five minutes left.
So Blake still got TQ, and he's on a TQ case. Dallin is on pace for 3rd overall. He looks like he's running against his chassis sponsor. Avery is still working his way through the cars that are broken as far as position goes. Another lap, and Avery will be up in 3rd in this race. And so then we got Blake, 45.807. Dallin, 42.8 flat. Moves him into a pace for 2nd overall. Avery running slower than his
4
first
minutes
round.
left.
Halfway through, 4 down, 4 to go. Blake's fastest, a 10.2.
3 minutes left.
Then Dallon's got a 10.7. Avery's got a 10.7. 5 down, 3 to go. Six minutes down, 2 to
2
go.
minutes
45.804 the pace. 43.805 for Dallin. That's good for second by a substantial margin. One more minute on the master clock.
1 minute left.
Thirty more seconds on the master clock. Blake setting a new TQ. Dallin moving himself up 3 spots on the grid. Blake is done, Avery is done, and Dallin is done. Blake sets new TQ, 45.804. Up now, race number 9, scale spec. We're looking for Paul, Sarah, Joe, and Bob.
.230 left. Two minutes left.
All right, first heat of scale spec, race number 9. I need a check from Paul. And everyone from that last heat out to Marshall.
1:30 left.
Okay, Paul's on the track. We'll just have him run across the line, and we're good to go.
One minute left.
Okay, Paul has checked. Let's grid him up. Let's group him up at the start of the straight.
45 seconds left.
Okie doke. Order will be Paul, Sarah, Joe, and Bob. Oh, let's check our marshals here. Do I have someone in front of the driver's stand? George, can you just slide in a little bit? And Dallin's down there. Okay. Avery, can you go to the pipe there? Once again, Paul, Sarah, Joe, and Bob. On the tone, Paul. Sarah. Joe. And Bob. First of two heats of scale spec. This is race number 9 on the track. TQ in this class is Dustin.
Okay, race 9 is underway. I'm showing Joe, Bob, Sarah, and Paul. Looks like Paul might have a body tuck. Maybe it's clear. I don't know.
4
Can't tell
minutes
from here.
left.
Looks okay now. 1 down, 4 to go. So Bob is our leader. That's in the, looks like the Gulf livery of the 60s and 70s there in that Ford GT. Sarah running second in the pink. Joe is running third. He's got the green. And Paul has the red, white, and blue Ford GT.
3 minutes left.
So Sarah is currently the leader. She's in the all pink. Bob's running in second. Both of you are running better than your first round. Joe and Paul, you're both running slower pace than your first round. So Bob, 19,501. Sarah, 19,503. So the top two cars very close together, and I see the running order changing quite often. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Then we've got Joe and Paul, both on 17-lap paces. 3.5 down, 1.5 to go. Bob, Sarah, Joe, and Paul. So our leader in the blue with orange, second in the all pink. Paul's running the red, white, and blue, and Joe rounding out the field in the green and
1
black.
minute left.
Showing around 30 seconds left on the master clock. Bob and Sarah back and forth for the lead. Bob's got it, Sarah wants it. Waiting on Bob to finish. Everyone else is done. Bob wins that 20 laps in 5:13. That's a race. Up next, race 10, Dustin, Cole, Gerald, and Rob.
.230 left. Two minutes left.
Okay, all of our racers have checked. We're waiting on our marshals to take their positions. Then we'll get race 10 going.
One minute left.
Okay. We are
45 seconds.
just about
left.
ready to go here. Starting order will be Dustin, then Cole, Gerald, and Rob. Is everyone happy with the marshal placement? Looks like it should be good. Okay, Dustin,
30
Cole,
seconds
Gerald,
left.
and Rob. Dustin on the tone. Cole, Gerald, Rob. This is fast heat of scale spec as determined from the first round sort. We are 1 minute in, 4 minutes
4
to go.
left.
Our early leader, Dustin, ended up flipping out of the park. Guess it's a stand-up triple or something like that. And that bumps him down to third place. So Rob is our early leader, followed by Cole, Dustin, and Gerald. At the moment, Rob is the only guy doing better than his first round run. And he's looking to move up one position overall. TQ pace is 23.501. Quickest runner here is Rob on a 22.5 flat pace. We're 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Rob, Dustin, Cole, and Gerald. 4 cars started, 4 are still running. Quickest lap out there, 12 with a 4. That's turned by Cole. Then we've got 12.6 out of Dustin. Rob's got a 13.1, and Gerald's got a 13.2. We got 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Dustin has regained the lead.
2 minutes left.
He's got first overall, and he's got the lead in this race. Then we've got Rob, Cole, and Gerald rounding out the field. 3 down, 2 to go. Dustin's on a 22.501 pace. That's 1 lap slower than his first round, which has set TQ so far. Rob looking to bump himself up into third overall with this run. Dustin and Cole running 1-2 in this race, both on slower paces than their first round. And Dustin and Cole have first and second overall in the qualifying order.
One minute left.
4 down, 1 to go. So the only person out here doing better than his first round is Rob. And as I say that, Rob parks it, gets a lucky bounce. Master clock has elapsed. All 4 of you are still running. Dustin's done. Cole's done. Rob's done. Gerald's done. Cole wins that 23.511. Up now, race 11, TC Mod.
2:30 left. Two minutes left.
There's still a few minutes left in warm up here, guys. I don't know how much you want to burn off your batteries.
$130 left. One minute left. $30 left. $15 left.
Okay, let's get this race going. We need our drivers from last race to marshal. All 6 drivers have checked in. The starting order will be Edmund, then Alex, Stuart, Jeff, Glenn, and Brian. Looks like our marshals are in position once again. Edmund, Alex, Stuart, Jeff, Glenn, and Brian. Order determined by first round resort. Edmund on the tone. Alex, Stuart, Jeff, Glenn, Brian. So far, really tight battles throughout the field.
Four minutes left.
1 minute down, 4 to go. I'm showing 26.510 pace out of Edmund, 26.510 pace out of Stuart, 25.501 out of Alex. It's all essentially the same. Then we got 23.505 out of Glenn, 23.511 out of Jeff, and 21.512 out of Brian. That's early paces. The TQ's held by Luke. That's the 26.505. Edmund's got to shave 6 seconds off his pace in order to challenge that. So our leader, Edmund, in the all green, followed by Alex, 0.8 of a second behind on the clock.
3
Stewart
minutes left.
running the all white is in third. Then we got Glenn, Jeff, and Brian rounding out the field. 2 down, 3 to go. Look, is Stewart broken there in the middle, I think? So Edmund, Alex, Glenn, Jeff, and Brian is the running order because Stewart broke out of third place. Halfway through the race, drivers, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Edmund, Alex, Glenn, Jeff, and Brian, the running order. Edmund is on pace to move himself up to second overall with this run. And on that lap, it's good to move himself up to 6th overall.
1
Shows how
minute left.
tight the qualifying grid is. 4 down, 1 to go. So we got a really tight qualifying grid here. Alex, Edmund, Glenn, Jeff, and Brian, the running order. Alex, Edmund, and Glenn are all on better runs than their first round. Edmund, Alex, Glenn, Jeff, and Brian. 25,502 is the pace for Edmund and Alex. And then Glenn's on a 23,507. Jeff on a 22.5 flat, and Brian on a 21.505. And that's a race. Everybody is done. Edmund wins that 25,502. Up next, the last race of the second round. We will have another resort and another break after this next race.
.230 left.
Okay, everyone's checked in. We need our drivers in the last race to take their marshalling positions. Time to beat 26,505, set by Luke Pittman. Starting order will be Luke, Blake, Corgi, Dave, Sammy, and Keith. Once again, starting order will be Luke, Blake,
1:30
Corgi,
left.
Dave, Sammy, and Keith. Looks like our marshals are in their positions. We need someone down here. Yeah, slide down the middle here. That's good, Jeff. Okay, Luke on the tone. Blake, Corgi, Dave, Sammy, Keith. So first round fast time was 26.505. We're 1 minute into this, and we've got 26.5 flat out of Luke, 26.506 for Corgi, 26.509 for Keith, 26.509 for Sammy, 25.501 for Dave, and 25.502 for Blake. Reminder, after this race is completed, we will have a moderate break, about 30 minutes or so. During that time, we will perform the second resort of the day, and the track will be available for some practice. We are coming up on 2 minutes down. Luke, 26.502 pace. Keith has made his way into second, 26.508
3
pace.
minutes
Then
left.
Sammy, 26.509. Corey's 26.509. Dave, 25.501. And Blake, 25.508. Top 4 cars on the quickest run of the day for them. And Dave and Blake are a bit off their first round pace. Luke turns in a 13.4. He's normally turning in the mid 11s, and that moves him off of his pace, off of his TQ pace. So nobody is on a TQ pace in this race. We got Luke, Keith, Corgi, Dave, Sammy, and Blake, the running order.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. Fastest lap out there at 11.3 out of Luke. He's bumped himself back into a TQ pace again, so right around 26.505. 26.509 for Keith. 26.510 for Dave. 25.5 flat for Sammy. And Corgi. And Blake with a 25.503. Our leader clips the corner again. Fastest lap, 11.3 out of Luke, 11.4 out of Dave, 11.6 out of Sammy, 11.6 out of
1 minute
Keith,
left.
11.5 out of Corgi, and 11.4 out of Blake. We're 4 down, 1 to go. Luke's on a 26.507, Dave on a 26.510, Sammy on a 26.511, Keith on a 25.5 flat, Corgi on a 25.502, and Blake on a 25.508. Master clock has elapsed. And everybody is done. Luke wins that 26,508. So we're going to start the next round at 3:45. That's 20 minutes from now. Okay, guys, there's some track maintenance going on. We don't want to be bashing into the marshal's fingers, so you got to take it real easy out there.
Track is open for 5 more minutes. And race number 1, we're calling you to Tech. Race number 1 should be heading toward Tech. We're going to close the track in 5 minutes and start staging race 1 for our 3rd and final round of qualifying. Track is closing in 2 minutes. Let's get race 1 in Tech, please. Race 1, Avery, Paul, Rob, Steven, Bob, Sean, and Nick to Tech right away. Track is closing in 90 seconds. Okay, drivers, track is closed. Please pull the cars off. Track will open to race number 1. Who should be in or through tech by now? Okay. All right, track is open now for race 1. Feel free to head up on the stand. And our marshals, please. Let's get our marshals from race 12. It's going to be Luke, Sammy. Sammy sounds like he has a volunteer. Myself, Corgi, Dave, and Keith, please, for
2:30
marshaling.
left.
The round? It's taking just under 2 hours. It's 3:45 right now. We're going to finish in 5:30.
2 minutes left.
Barring some disaster.
One 30 left.
Okay, I need a couple more checks here, guys. Let's get up there.
1 minute left.
I see most of my marshals. Okay. You got Sammy. Okay, so we just got everyone but
45
Luke.
seconds left.
Give him the worst spot. Sure. Thanks, Charles.
Thirty seconds left. Fifteen seconds left.
All right, let's get a check from Avery, Steven, and Nick, please. Dave, can you go in the little big triangle, and Luke can go there? Got to put the younger, more spry guys in that middle part there. Okie doke. Everyone's checked. Yes, everyone's checked. Let's line them up, please. Avery, you're going to be starting on the pole, followed by Paul, Rob, Steven, Bob, Sean, and Nick. So once again, Avery, Paul, Rob, Steven, Bob, Sean, and Nick. On the tone, Avery. Paul, Rob, Steven, Bob, Sean, and Nick. Okay, out to the early lead here is Nick Fantetti, green and black,
4
in front of the
minutes
driver's
left.
stand. Avery running in second. Then Paul, Rob, Bob, Steven, and Sean. Oh, careful right side. Yeah, work together. Good job. Leader gets through. Nice job, Stuart. All right, 130 down, 330 to go. Nick Fantetti. It's a 22.5 flat pace. Would move him up 7 spots. Rob in the 2. 3.5 seconds behind Nick. Three more seconds back is Paul in the 3. Then we've got Bob, Steven,
3
Sean,
minutes
and
left.
Avery. Avery's transponder may have stopped, so I will manually count. We'll have to figure this out. Seems to like to work for a few laps. Coming up on halfway, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Computer has Nick, Rob, Paul, Bob, Steven, Sean, and Avery, but Avery is missing some laps. We'll figure that out after. Two minutes left.
2 minutes left.
Ooh, good dodge. Ah, it was the leader.
One minute left.
All right, just under 30 seconds left. Keep rolling, everybody. Keep rolling. The master clock has expired. I will let you know when you're finished. Keep going. There's still a few cars to finish up here. Everybody is done.
2:30 left.
Sounds right, but
2 minutes left.
yeah, I know. I mean, I can put the transponder.
Okay, everybody's checked in. Everyone that was just out there should be marshaling. Easy on the warm-ups. Looks like we're slowing down, so let's close down the track. Group them up. Start of the straight.
1:30
Order
left.
will be Gerald starting first, followed by Brian, Jesse Galang, Craig, Cole, Glenn, and Dan. Once again, Gerald, Brian, Jesse, Craig, Cole, Glenn, Dan. Marshall, Marshall, Marshall. Good. All right, we're covered. Here we go. This is race number 2. On the tone, Gerald, Brian, Jesse, Craig, Cole, Glenn, Dan. All right, let's have a nice clean qualifier here, drivers. The final qualifying round. This is race 2. Another heat of touring stock to come. But for now, this is your last chance for these drivers to put the car in the main they'd like to be. Actually a lot of cars moving faster than their previous best. So we'll let you get settled in. Everyone's doing great. We've got Gerald out front right now in that black and orange front of the driver's stand.
4 minutes left.
Driving the Concours car. Now Brian takes over top spot, but it's very close. From Brian, Gerald, Jesse is third right now. Those three are separated by 0.2 or 0.3 each. A little bit of a bigger gap to Cole, 1.3 back to Cole there in fourth. Then it's Dan, Glenn, and Craig. 1:30 down, 3:30 to go, lots of time left. Our leader is still Gerald in the black and orange. He's in front of the driver's stand now through those chicanes, far left side of the track, through the bus stop, and onto the onto the straightaway, not the back straight, the straight. And as he crosses the line, actually Brian takes the spot. So Brian to the front, then Jesse, and then Gerald. These three are very close together, very close.
3 minutes left.
Then it's Cole in the 4, Glenn, Dan, and Craig. Brian in the white and blue. He's got clear track right now. Brian's pace, good enough for 6th overall. Jesse trying to move it up to, and now Cole. Cole trying to move it up to 7th and Jesse to 8th. Remember, to seed directly into the A's, you need to be 8th or better. Going to do 9-car mains, so that you got to save 1 bump spot. So you got to seed 8th or better to be in the A main. Right now, Brian and Cole putting it 6th and 7th, respectively. Ooh. But there's still another heat to come. 3 down, 2 to go.
2 minutes left.
So Brian continuing to lead this one. Cole started to pick up the pace here. He was back in 4th. He's now moved it up to 2nd. Finding a little bit of a rhythm here in the closing stages. He's only half a second off Brian. That could be important because that could be 6th overall, which could be pretty valuable versus 7th. as we go into the final heat. Brian, Cole, Jesse, Glenn, Gerald, Craig, and Dan now. Brian to Cole is half a second. Back to Jesse, 1.4 seconds. 0.9 to Glenn, 1.6 to Gerald. So spacing's a little bit bigger from third down. 1:10 to go. Brian holds 0.2 over Cole. And in
1
fact,
minute left.
on that last lap, Cole moves ahead of Brian. A little bit of a slow lap there for Brian. Cole takes the top spot in the heat. Now he's looking to put himself 6th in the overall standings. 45 seconds left. Brian would be 7th if things hold the way they are now. 40 seconds left. Ten seconds. Still Cole, then Brian, Glenn, Jesse, Gerald, Craig, and Dan. Master clock is expired. Keep rolling. Still a couple of cars to finish. Keep rolling. Hey, everybody is done. Okay, so Cole moves through the field there, ends up finishing on top in that heat and putting himself 6th overall for now, and Brian 7th overall for now. So they have to hope that not too many drivers in the next one bump them down. Race number 3, final qualifier for the touring stock class.
.230 left.
All right, easy on your warm-ups, drivers. Let the marshals get into place. Let's make sure everyone can start this final touring stock qualifier.
Two minutes left.
All right, looks like we're set. Marshals, yes, 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 yes. Okay, we got our full complement of marshals. Order is going to be Luke, Sammy, Stuart, Jesse, Jared, Dustin, and Frank.
1:30 left.
So there are some drivers in this heat that are not in the top 8 right now. You probably know who you are. Let's have a nice, clean final qualifier for stock touring. On the tone, Luke, Sammy, Stuart, Jesse, Jared, Dustin, Frank. Good job, Jared. Track's clear. All right, 45 seconds in. Computer showing Luke out front. Stuart 0.4 back. Jesse 1 back from Stewart. Sammy, half a second back from Jesse. A little bit of shifting around here. Now it's
4
Luke,
minutes
Stewart,
left.
Sammy, Jesse. Then it's Dustin, Frank, and Jared. 4 minutes left. We'll work together, guys. Work together. Back body tuck on that white car, Gerald. Back left, or whoever. Somebody, wherever he stops. Good job. All right, Luke, Sammy, Jesse, your top 3. Luke appears to be resetting his TQ by 1 second. He's the only one ahead of his TQ.
Three minutes left.
Still Sammy running second here. Looking to Marshall in the middle. Is it dead, or we'll just get it out of there? Coming up on halfway. Luke, Sammy, Jesse. Top 3 has not changed. Stewart, Dustin, Frank, and Jared. Let's check the gap. Big gap here from Luke back to Sammy. 4.5 seconds. Jesse, another 4.5 back from Sammy. So pretty big gaps. Dustin in 4th. 6 seconds back from Jesse. So very big spacing throughout the field in this one. So it looks like no one's going to
2
shift
minutes
around
left.
in qualifying at all, and that may give Brian what he needs to stay in the A main from that last round, moving up to 7th. Still holding that spot right now. 3:20 down, 1:40 to go. $110.
One minute left.
$45 seconds. No change in the order. Luke, Sammy, Jesse, Dustin, Frank, Jared, Stewart. No one moving any faster. Looks like we're pretty much locked in here. Caution in front. Okay, good job. Okay, master clock's expired. Keep rolling. And we are going to finish up in the same order we've been in. Everybody is done. So Luke protects his TQ there, and it's going to be the overall TQ in touring stock. Switching gears, 12 scale stock now. Race number 4.
2:30 left. Two minutes left.
Okay, careful on those warm-up laps. We've got a couple of back-to-backers. Give them a few extra seconds. Everyone that was just racing out to Marshall, please.
1:30 left.
You got a body tuck? Hang on, Avery. They're just doing something with a chair. Hey, Jared, can you fix Avery's body tuck there? Avery, that
1
something
minute
didn't
left.
seem good there.
Forty-five seconds left. Thirty seconds left. Fifteen seconds left.
Just need a check from Paul. All right, there we are. Everybody's checked in. Let's line them up, please. Straight's closed. So the order will be Glenn, followed by Bob, Rob, Paul, Joe, and Avery. Here we go. On the tone, Glenn, Bob, Rob, Paul, Joe, Avery. All right, we are underway.
Seven minutes left.
Nice moves, Sammy. All right, we've got Glenn out front, yellow and blue. Avery in the white running second. Rob in the solid bright yellow running third. Then it's Paul, Bob, and Joe.
Six minutes left.
Thanks, Stuart. still Glenn out front on a 38.803 pace. That would move him up a few spots to 9th. Ooh, careful after turn 1. All right, track's clear.
Five minutes left.
All right, 3 minutes in, 5 to go. Is still, actually, Avery's taken over the lead on that last lap, so it's Avery and then Glenn. Avery in the white, Glenn in the yellow-blue, Rob in the all-yellow. Those are your top 3. Paul, jeez, Paul. Oh, God. Yeah. That didn't work.
Four minutes left.
Work together, guys. There's a whole bunch of you together there. You all know who's running faster. Avery, that's really dangerous. Caution in the chicane in front. Upside down car, I can't see it. Okay, track's clear. We're looking for Cole and Steven to tech for race 5. Cole and Steven to tech for race 5.
3 minutes left.
Caution at the end of the straight, Caution, Glenn, watch out. Stewart sacrificing his body. Getting the cars upright. .530 down, 2:30 to go. Glenn, Avery, Rob, your top 3. These 3 have been kind of swapping around a little bit throughout this heat. The pace for Glenn would put him 9th. That is a big jump forward for him. But he's not close to getting up to 8th, unfortunately. So he's looking at a B main bump, hopefully.
2 minutes left.
Avery won in race 5, should be finishing up tech or staging. 2 to go here. The Fantetti pit. It's going to be some discussion there at the end of this one. 1:30 left. Glenn, Avery, Rob, Bob, Paul, and Joe. Our leader in the yellow and blue. Whew.
One minute left.
7 down, 1 to go. 15 seconds left. Okay, master clock has expired. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Waiting for a couple more cars. And everybody's done. Drivers, everybody's done. Please pull them off. Glenn hangs on there. He moves up to 10th. Avery moves up to 11th. So they both move up a few spots. Rob moves up as well. Looking at B mains there. Okie doke. Race number 5. Second heat of 12 scale stock.
.230 left. Two minutes left.
Okay, everybody's checked. Marshall's. Okay, yeah, if Joe goes in the corner, it'll be perfect. Okay,
130 left.
so the order for this one will be Craig, Cole, Steven, Dan, Brian, and Sean. Here we go, drivers. On the tone, Craig, Cole, Steven, Dan, Brian, Sean. All right, out of the gates early, it is Craig Roberts leading this one. Steven in the 2. Cole in the 3. Very close between Steven and Cole. And Dan in the 4, 1 second behind 2 and 3. Then it's Brian in 5th and Sean in 6th. 7 minutes to go.
7 minutes left.
So our leader is in the bright orange, looking to move up here 1 spot to 6th place. Second spot is still Steven. He's in the yellow and green down the straightaway, coming up behind Sean. Thanks, Sean. Dan running 3rd, then Cole, Sean, and Brian. 2 minutes in, 6 to go.
6 minutes left.
Craig and Steven looking, well, and Dan all going faster, but only Craig and Steven looking to put it in the top 8 right now. Craig looking at 6th and Steven at 8th. Dan moving up 2 spots to 10th. There is one heat still to come for 12 scale stock. Craig pushing the pace up a little bit here. The leader in the bright orange coming up. Well, got past Sean there. Coming up on Dan.
5 minutes left.
Craig's pace now good enough for 5th place. Thanks, Dan. Steven still running 2nd all alone on the track. Good enough for 8th right now with his current run. Dan, you're 1.6 seconds behind Steven. Then Cole's running 4th. Sean, and then Brian. 3:30 down, 4:30 to go. Lots of time still here. Racers in race 6. Last heat of 12 scale stock should be in tech.
Four minutes left.
So just past the halfway point. No change in the order. Craig, Steven, Dan, Cole, Sean, and Brian.
Three minutes left.
Just about 6 minutes into this, 2 to go. Craig still running out front on pace for 6th overall. Steven running 2nd. He's quite a few seconds back from Craig, but on pace to be, well, he was actually on pace to be 8th. A little slow lap there slides him back to where he was before in 9th. So Steven, you have to pick it up a notch in this remaining 145 to at least give yourself a chance at qualifying 8th or better. Still a minute 30 to go. Cole's actually taken over 2nd place in his heat. Steven had a 17-second lap, so that's what set him back. Craig, Cole, Steven, Dan, Sean, and Brian. So at the moment, only Craig and Dan moving forward on the standings. Craig still trying to hold down 6th. Dan would move to 10th. 1 minute to go.
1 minute left.
Master clock has expired. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Waiting for one to finish. Everybody is done now. So Craig does hold on to 6th there. He'll have to wait for the results of the next heat to see where he ends up. Dan moves up a couple spots to 10th. Otherwise, everyone holds where they were. Race 6, final qualifier for 12 scale stock.
.230 left. Two minutes left.
Okay, drivers, looking for a check from Tom and Nick. Final 12 scale stock qualifier of the weekend. And it would appear, looking at the printout in my hand, everyone in this race is already top 8 or better. Top 8. So there's no risk. Shoot for TQ. Take chances. Write your car off. TQ so far is Jared, 41-8-10. That is the target. I still need a check from Tom and Nick. All right, everybody has checked. The order will be Jared, Todd, Dallin, Tom, Nick, and George. Marshall's, yes, looks good. All right, here we go. Once again, Jared, Todd, Dallin, Tom, Nick, and George. On the tone, Jared. Todd, Dallin, Tom, Nick, George. So once again, everyone in this qualifier is already locked into the top 8. But there's a TQ up for grabs, and of course, bettering your starting position on the starting grid. Right now, the only
7
one
minutes left.
moving forward in that regard is George. He's looking to move up from 7th to 5th, which would be a nice little boost on the starting grid. He's trying to draft behind the TQ setter, Jared. Jared is leading this heat, but he's already the TQ, so he's got nowhere further to advance. Todd running second out there in this heat. He's only 1.2 seconds behind Jared. Todd's already our number 2 qualifier. Third spot on the track is Tom. So now Tom looking to move Dallin down a spot. Tom was fourth, and now he's running on pace to be third. That would move Dallin down to fourth.
6 minutes left.
George running fourth in this heat and good enough for fourth overall. So he's actually looking to move up 3 spots from 7th to 4th. Then we've got Dallin out there in 5th in this heat. He's getting shuffled down a couple spots. And Nick running 6th in the heat, getting shuffled down a spot. 2:30 in, 5:30 to go. No change in the order. Our leader, Jared, in the dark blue. A little bit of clear track for him as he starts down the straightaway. Todd in the yellow and blue coming up behind Nick. Thank you, Nick. Todd's 1.6 seconds back from Jared. Jared and Todd are on TQ paces. So if
5
Jared
minutes left.
were to have a mistake here, Todd would be right there to steal the TQ potentially. Of course, there's still 5 minutes left. And now Tom joins the ranks of the TQ pace setters here. Top 3 on TQ. Oh, geez, as soon as I said that, Dallin putting himself on a TQ run. So top 4 all on TQ. George running 5th. The gap from Jared to Todd, 1.8. Been pretty consistent for the last few minutes. Ooh, down to 1.0 as Jared has a couple of slowish laps, or one slow one anyway. 0.8 now as Todd's closing the gap on Jared. TQ on the line.
4
Jared, the
minutes
leader,
left.
in the dark blue. Todd in the pink and blue. The gap's 0.9. Still 4 minutes to go. Tom running in third. Also on a TQ, but he's 1.6 behind Todd. Todd's got the gap down to 0.7 now. Wants to get a little closer to give Jared a little more to think about. 0.8, the gap. Both drivers on a TQ run. Jared in the dark blue entering the infield. Here comes Todd in the pink and blue. 0.8 still the gap. .445 in, 3:15 to go. Quite a bit of time still left in this heat. A little rub from Todd, not too costly.
Three minutes left.
And the gap is growing a bit now, 1.5. Todd's going to have to mount some kind of charge here to challenge for that TQ spot. Top 3 drivers still on the TQ pace. Jared, Todd, and Tom. Then it's Dallin, George, and Nick. Okay, it's all clear. Everything's clear. Leader coming up on a whole bunch of traffic here. Jared in the dark blues coming up on Nick, Dallin, and Tom. Meanwhile, Todd has some clear track. 2.5 minutes left, but the gap has grown to 2 seconds now. Tom in third is 2.2 behind Todd. George has moved back up into fourth. As I say that, Dallin takes it back, so George and Dallin swapping around. That's for 4th place overall between those 2 drivers.
Left.
2 to go. A little bit of a slow lap there from Todd, and that sets the gap to 3.6 seconds between Jared and Todd. So a lot of breathing room now for Jared. Just got to bring it home here to hold down the TQ and start all 3 mains tomorrow from the pole. It's a nice advantage. Now between Tom and Todd becomes the story here. Tom 0.8 behind Todd. So that could be the 2nd place grid spot on the line there between those 2 right now. As Todd is still on that TQ pace, Tom is, mistake from the leader. Jared making a big error.
1 minute left.
This could be interesting. Todd Mason to the front on a TQ pace. Just barely. He's 1/10 ahead of the TQ pace. The fade could kill him here. 45 seconds left. And on that lap, he falls off the TQ pace. He's 1/10 slower than the TQ pace now. The leader, Todd Mason, in the pink and blue, he's going to have to do everything in his power to get that car back out on top of the TQ pace. 30 seconds left. Tom 1 second behind Todd, and then Jared 0.2 behind Tom. 15 seconds left. Todd now half a second off the TQ. The fade is just, it's not going to work. 0.6 off the TQ. Yeah, he's pretty much stuck there in second. Master clock's expired. Keep rolling, everybody. So Jared with a big error, but he's going to get away with it. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Waiting for a couple more cars. Everybody is done. So, no. Jared is going to hold on to TQ by virtue of his round 2 time. Todd's going to be second. Race 7, modified 12 skill. Avery, are you going to make this?
.230 left. Two minutes left.
So we've got a couple of back-to-back drivers. So we just got an extra
1:30
minute
left.
here. We've got Todd and Avery up here for race 7. Nick and Sean opting out this round. So there's going to be an opportunity here for a nice run for these 2 drivers with just 2 cars on the track. Okay, good. Sounds like Nick's going to make it.
One minute left. .45 seconds left. .30 seconds left. .15 seconds left.
Okay, Avery and Todd have checked. Nick, check in, please. Marshals should be Jared, Dallin, Tom, and George. Okay, everybody is checked. We need some marshals down this end here. Okay, doke. Let's get these cars lined up. George, if you want to do that triangle to your left there. Thank you. Okay, order will be Avery, Todd, and Nick. On the tone, Avery. Todd. Nick. All right, Todd Mason out front. Pink and blue coming up behind the rest of the field here. Watch out, leader coming through. The others just kind of break out of the way there. Clear a path for Todd. Early pace 43, 8:10. 43, 8:06. Hold on, Avery. Okay, go.
7 minutes
If
left.
you go too fast, your lap won't count. Okay, that's good. 43, 8:01. Todd pushing for a 44 lap run here. This pace moves him up 5 spots to second place overall. Mistake from Avery. You got the leader coming up on you, Avery. When he gets there, make it nice and easy. Todd cracks into 44 lap territory now. Two cars on the track. They happen to be in the same corner as each other, going the same speed. Oh!
6 minutes left.
Good save. One more heat of 12 scale modified coming up. This is race 7 on the track. 8 should be in tech. Todd Mason, 44, 8:09. 5 position jump to second place overall.
Five minutes left.
Okay, 3 minutes in, 5 to go. Todd pushing it a little further to 44, 8:08. Still good enough for second overall by a fair margin.
4 minutes left.
All right, 4.5 minutes in. 3.5 to go. Todd's got it down to 44.807. His best run this weekend. And a full lap faster than third place overall right now. It's about 1 lap slower than the TQ. So a solid effort here with 3:10 to go. He will have to wait to
3
see
minutes left.
if the drivers in the next heat bump him down at all. But if he could finish strong here, be a good chance at being second overall. 2:45 left. Race number 8 should be in or through tech by now. The final qualifier for 12 scale modified.
Two minutes left.
Looking for Dallin to tech for race 8. Dallin to tech for race 8, please. Still a 44.807 for Todd. Oh, 806. Chipping away. He'd still need to find a lap to get to the TQ, but he's putting in a nice effort here to lock in a good starting spot for the triple mains. Still 806. 1:10 to go.
One minute left.
.45 seconds. .15 seconds. .5 seconds. Still that 806 pace from Todd Mason. Caution, Todd. Good job. All right, clocks expire. Keep rolling. Todd, you are done. Nice run, dude. 44.806. Avery, you're done. Okie doke. Final heat of 12 scale modified is up. Race number 8. Let's get him on the track.
.230 left. 2 minutes left.
Like, I can keep up to him, but if I keep up to him in that corner, I'll flip. I can't, I don't have the corner speed of that. I just put some more on. So, I'll put, like, I'll put it right here. Yeah, well, but because the tires wouldn't it,
1:30 left.
You drive off the track, Thomas? You drive, yeah. Driving a different car.
1 minute left.
Okay, marshals, everyone from that last heat should be out there. Todd, Avery, Nick, Sean, we probably could use one helper as well. We need, Avery, can you go to the middle there?
45
Todd
seconds
in the good spot
left.
there. Sean, we need someone on the driver's stand. Who are we missing? Nick and Teddy for marshalling, please. Easy on the warm-ups.
30 seconds left.
Nick to marshal, please. I need a check from nobody. We are set to go. Thank you. Slide to under the driver's stand, Nick.
15 seconds left.
And get Sean. Sean, can you shuffle around a little bit to that garbage can? These guys are good. Okie doke. Order. Let's grade them up, please. The order will be Dallin, Tom, Craig, and George. Guys are shooting for a TQ pace of 45.804. I don't know. I'm not sure who said it. Some pretty amazing person. Okay. On the tone, Dallin. Tom. Craig. George. All right, nice clean start, guys. Uh-oh. George's car looking a little tough to drive right now. Something might have happened to it. All right, so it is Craig Roberts out front. Oh, actually now Tom. Two separated by half a second.
7 minutes left.
Stay a little more central there, Nick. Right there, right there. So Tom out front, 42.811 pace. So far, no one is improving their pace at all. Tom, Dallin, Craig, and George is your order, but no one running any quicker, at least quicker enough to move up a spot in qualifying. Oh, geez, guys. Up next, first heat of scale spec,
6 minutes
race
left.
number 9. Those drivers should be in or headed to tech anyway. Bob, Sarah, Paul, and Joe should be heading towards tech.
5 minutes left. 4 minutes left.
Halfway, drivers, 4 minutes. .430 down, 3:30 to go. Dallin, Tom, George, and Craig, but no one is changing their overall standing with this run. 41 lap pace is Tom's pace, but slower than what he previously ran. Same with Dallin. Same with Georgia and Craig.
3 minutes left. Two minutes left.
6 minutes down, 2 to go. Dallin, George, Tom, and Craig. .130. Race 9 should be through tech and ready to jump on the track. Our first heat of scale spec. Marching our way towards the end of qualifying. Doors are going to open tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. and we will start the first
1 minute
main.
left.
First main will start at 8 a.m. sharp. We'll get the mains posted up as soon as we can after qualifying finishes tonight. But the first one will start at 8, targeting to finish up at 2 o'clock. 40 seconds left here. All right, master clock has expired. Keep rolling. Everybody is done. That is a wrap. Dallin takes that, but no change in qualifying. So. All right, race 9.
Two minutes left.
Marshall. Okay, I got you.
1:30 left.
Everybody has checked. Let's get our marshals out here, please. Caution at the end of the straight. Okay, it's clear. We need a marshal down this end. Should be myself, Dallin, Tom, Craig, and George for marshalling. I see only Tom and sort of Dallin. George, if you
1
can
minute
grab
left.
the intersection there. We need Craig out here. Okay, let's close down the straight and set the grid, please. The order is going to be Bob, Sarah, Paul, and Joe.
30 seconds left.
Okay, here we go. Once again, Bob, Sarah, Paul, and Joe. On the tone, Bob. Sarah. Paul. Joe.
Four minutes left.
All right, 1 minute in, 4 to go. Bob out front, Sarah running second, Joe and Paul. So Bob's in the blue, light blue. Coming down the straightaway now. Sarah running second, 1.6 seconds behind Bob right now. Then Joe in third, only 0.3 behind Sarah. Ooh, that was a mistake from Bob, so this might put Sarah to the front here. Joe sneakily behind the scenes had a good lap, so he goes to the front. Sarah to second. Paul and Bob.
Three minutes left.
So it is still Joe in that green and blue. Sarah in the kind of orange pink. Bob in the light blue, and Paul in the red, white, and blue. Halfway drivers, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Right now, the only driver moving forward in the standings is Joe. He's trying to move up 3 spots. Put him 5th place overall in scale spec. So he's putting in a run here. Sarah's running 2nd, but she's 4.5 seconds behind Joe right now. And the leader is the green and blue. Sarah's trying to stay in front of him. So that is the leader behind you there, Sarah. If he gets there. Joe's pace 25:08 would move him up 3 spots. Caution, Joe. Okay, clear, clear, clear. Well done, everybody. Actually, Bob has now come from nowhere and has put himself on top of the leaderboard here. He was there earlier, had a mistake, fell to the bottom. Now he's climbing back. So Bob leading this one, but not enough to move him forward in the overall. He's
1 minute left.
our 5th place qualifier, and looks like he'll stay there. Then it's Joe, Sarah, and Paul right now with a minute to go. So Paul, you got the leader behind you. Thank you. Another heat of scale spec coming up next. Oh, Bob, again, a mistake up in that corner. He was leading. Let's see what happens here. Ten seconds left. Bob drops down to 2nd. Joe takes over the top spot. Sarah's only 1/10 of a second behind Joe right now. Keep going, everybody. I'll let you know when you're done. The master clock's expired, but keep going. Okay, everybody's done. That is a wrap. Everyone is done. Bob ends up getting that one. Race number 10. You were like 1/10 behind 2nd for a lap.
.230 left. Two minutes left.
All right, final qualifier for scale spec. So far, Dustin's holding down the TQ honors with a 23 lap 501 run. Cole did a 23 lapper as well, but it was a few seconds slower than Dustin's.
1:30 left.
Okay, everybody's checked in. Let's get the marshals out into position. And let's get the cars gridded up, please. So the order will be Dustin, Cole, Rob, and Gerald. And we need some more marshals here. Bob, Sarah, Paul, and Joe for
1
marshaling.
minute left.
There's Joe, there's Bob. Where's Paul? And Paul, are you there? Oh, okay. And there's Sarah. Okay. All right, we're good to go. Hey, Paul, can you come
45
around the
seconds
corner here
left.
and go to the middle, please? On the tone, Dustin. Cole. Rob. Gerald. All right, final skill spec qualifier underway. Who will be our pole sitter for the mains tomorrow? Ooh, Cole is going at it here. 24.503. Dustin on a slower 24. So Cole's got something he wants to prove here in this final qualifier. TQ pace for both Cole and Dustin right now. So the leader in the blue, yellow, and pink. Caution, Cole, caution. Okay, clear, clear, clear. Well done. Awesome driving, everybody.
4 minutes left.
Thanks, Dustin. Well played. So Dustin letting Cole through. So it's all on Cole now. 24.504. That's about 8 or 9 seconds ahead of the TQ pace. 8 probably. $130 down, $330 to go. Clear track here for our leader in the blue, yellow, and pink. A couple little taps here and there. Check the pace on the next pass by the loop. It's a 24.509. That's still about 4 seconds up on the TQ pace. $245 in, $215 to go. Still Cole, Gerald, Dustin, and Rob. 24.508 the pace for Cole. It's a new TQ pace still. Gerald running second,
2
but
minutes
his
left.
pace not quite good enough to beat Dustin. So Gerald would remain, or well, actually, it would be a move forward. He would end up in third. That's up 1 spot from where he is now. Dustin and Rob would not be moving forward. Just currently Cole and Gerald running better than previous. The leader's kind of mixed up with some traffic right now. Dustin and Rob, you got the leader coming through. Thank you, Rob. Dustin knows what's up. The pace still 24 laps, 509. It's still about Yeah, 4 seconds faster than TQ with 1:15 to go, barring some total disaster here. This will be a new TQ set by Cole. Up next, race number 11.
1 minute left.
First heat of modified touring. Those drivers should be through tech by now, ready to jump on the track. 45 seconds to go. Thirty seconds. Hold, hold, hold. Go. Thanks, Dustin. 15 seconds. 24:509 for Cole. New TQ pace, still about 4 or 5 seconds faster than what Dustin did last round. All right, master clock's expired. Keep rolling. Everybody is done. That's a wrap. Culture at resetting TQ in scale spec. Well done, sir. Okay, race number 11.
.230 left. Two minutes left.
Okay, everyone's checked in. Let's get this race
1:30
going.
left.
We've got a bunch of marshals out there. Starting order will be Edmund, Alex, Stuart, Glenn, Jeff, and then Brian. Okay, looks like our drivers are ready. Looks like our marshals are ready. Edmund, Alex, Stuart, Glenn, Jeff, and Brian, the starting order. Edmund on the tone. Alex, Stuart, Glenn, Jeff, Brian. Time to beat 26,505, set in round 1 by Luke. This is your last chance to seed yourself in the A. So 1 minute in, Alex is our leader on a 26,510 pace.
4 minutes
Then we've
left.
got Stuart, Edmund, Jeff, Glenn, and Brian rounding out the order. I'm showing a tenth of a second between the top three cars, Edmund, Alex, and Stuart. Then we've got Jeff, Glenn, and Brian rounding out the field. Our leader, Edmund, 25.5 flat pace. Then Alex, 25.5 flat. And then Stuart, 25.503. Jeff, 23.506.
minutes left.
Glenn is having a really long lap. There we go. And Brian. Halfway through the race, drivers. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Alex, Stuart, and Edmund are the top three drivers, all really close. Then we've got Jeff, Glenn, and Brian. 26.511. That's on pace for 6th overall for Alex. Stuart's on pace for 7th overall. Now, these cars have about 1 second between 2nd and 8th on the grid.
2 minutes left.
So I'm seeing cars jump from lap to lap between qualifying 4th overall and 7th overall, just from how one lap is. So Stuart is currently the leader, looking to go into 4th. Alex is running in 2nd, looking to go into 7th. And Edmund is running in 3rd on a slower run than his last time, but probably really close. Then Jeff, Glenn, and Brian. Fastest lap out there, 11.5 by Stuart. Alex has an 11.6. Edmund has an 11.7. Jeff has a 12.6. Glenn a 12.4. And Brian has a 12.6. So Stuart, 26.511.
1 minute left.
On pace for 4th. Alex, 26.510 on pace for 4th. Stuart goes to 3rd with that lap. Stuart on pace for 2nd with a 26.509 pace. Alex on pace for 3rd, 26.510. Showing 20 more seconds on the master clock. I'll let you know when everyone's done. Still an extremely close race between Alex and Stuart. And everybody is done. Alex wins that, 26.509.
.230 left.
Okay, everybody has
2
checked.
minutes left.
Looks like we've got our marshals out there. So when you guys are ready, we'll get the show on the road. Starting order will be Luke, then Sammy, Blake, Corky, Dave, and Keith. A couple of the drivers in the last race posted some really good times. So if you don't improve, you'll be bumping
1:30
down in
left.
the qualifying order. But we're going to be seating a couple more cars in the main. Okay. Once again, it's going to be Luke, then Sammy, Blake, Corgi, Dave, and Keith. Luke on the tone. Sammy, Blake, Corgi, Dave, Keith. Everyone's completed their start lap. And now everybody's completed their first lap. Time to beat 26,505. So far, we've got Dave and Luke turning 11.5s. Corgi with an
4 minutes
11.6, Blake with 11.7, Sammy with 11.7, and Keith with an 11.6. 1 minute down, I'm showing Dave on a 26.502 pace, Luke on a 26.502 pace, Blake 26.508, Corgi 26.508, Sammy 26.510, and Keith 25.501. 1.5 minutes down, 3.5 to go. Corgi with a body tuck. Cost him 7 seconds. So he goes way to the back, given how close these cars are. So Luke and Dave both on a TQ pace. Luke 26.501, Dave 26.502. That's 2 minutes in, 3 to go. Sammy's on a 25.5 flat. Keith moves up to fourth, 25.501. Blake 25.507 and Corgi 25.511 pace. So Luke and Dave are the only guys going quicker than their previous rounds. Luke 26.5 flat pace. Dave has dropped to a 26.509. He had a 15-second lap in there. We're past the halfway mark, drivers. Luke on a 26.5 flat pace. Then we've got Dave, Sammy, Keith, Corgi, and Blake rounding out the field. Three and a half minutes down, 1.5 to go. Luke, 26.501. Dave, 26.509. Sammy, 26.510. Then we've got Corgi moves up into fourth on a 25.505 pace. Keith, 25.508. And Blake, 25.511. Corgi with another body tuck. 4 minutes down, 1 to go.
1 minute left.
Luke still on the 26.501 pace. Fastest lap out there, 11.3. Turned by Luke. Dave's got 11.3. Corgi's got 11.3, and everyone else has an 11.5. So 3 cars with an 11.3 and 4 cars with 11.5. Oh, 3 cars with 11.3, 3 with 11.5. I mean, 30 seconds left on the master clock. I'll let you know when everybody's done. Luke still on a 26.501 pace. Dave and Sammy also looking to move up in the standing order. Luke, you're done. Corgi, you're done. Everyone else keep on going. That's a race. Everybody is done. Luke sets a new TQ, 26.502.
14-8. (14-8), 15-0, 15-7, 24-4. 13-9, 15-5, 13-8, 18-0, 13-6, 15-5, 14-8, 12-8, 13-8, 13-9, 12-9, 21.3, 13-9, 12-8, 16-5, 14-4, 13-9, 12-8, 15-4, 13-4, 14-9, 15-0, 30.8,
33.5,
14-4, 14-5, 15-2, 13-8, 15-2, 25-4, 14-1, 15-3, 12-2, 14-3, 15-1, 14-7, 12-3, 14-2, 20.8, 14-8, 13-7, 13-0, 13-0, 12-4, 12-3, 12-5. 12-1. 16-0. 11-8. 12-6. 14-0. 23-4. 12-1. 13-8. 13-4. 16-1. 12-4. 13-2. 12-0. 12-1. 11-9. 14-2. 11-9. 13-4. 12-1. 12-6. 11-5. 11-9. 11-7. 13-8. 22.3. 13-0. 11-8. 16-0. 12-9. 12-8. 13-0. 12-2. 17-5. 12-6. 14-5. 12-2. 13-2. 11-8. 13-2. 13-1. 12-0. 16-4. 12-0. 15-1. 11-6. 15-5. 12-4. 14-2. 12-8. 12-5. 11-7. 11-8. 15-8. 11-7. 13-6. 13-2. 12-7. 22.2. 13-0. 12-4. 12-8. 13-6. 13-0. 12-9. 14-8. 14-1. 13-4. 12-8. 12-0. 12-9. 13-1. 12-5. 12-8. 12-6, 12-5, 11-7, 11-7, 30.5, 12-4, 12-7, 12-6, 12-9, 12-8, 12-7, 12-7, 13-7, 13-5, 13-3, 12-6, 11-8, 12-9, 14-4, 12-6, 12-7, 12-3, 12-4, 12-6, 13-2, 11-8, 12-8, 17-1, 15-1,
44.2,
12-1, 15-2, 12-6, 11-7, 15-4, 15-1, 14-0, 11-7, 11-8, 14-9, 14-2, 11-7, 11-9, 12-0, 12-7, 11-7, 16-9, 15-1,
39.0,
11-7, 11-6, 11-7, 12-8, 11-5, 17-1, 15-1, 13-1, 12-0, 11-1, 16-1, 14-4, 13-8, 12-0, 13-2, 13-1, 14-0, 13-1, 15-2, 12-7, 13-1, 12-0,
43.3,
13-0, 12-2, 13-2, 16-7, 13-4, 12-5, 13-2, 11-7, 11-7, 11-7, 16-0,
36.2,
13-1, 11-8, 10-7, 12-4, 13-1, 11-9, 12-8, 23-8, 12-5, 14-8,
31.8,
11-9, 13-7, 14-7, 11-9, 20.6, 15-7, 13-2, 14-8, 13-1, 14-3, 15-1, 13-4, 13-7,
45.4.
13-5, 13-0, 11-6, 12-7, 13-0, 11-8, 12-6, 12-0, 23-4, 12-9, 11-5, 13-5, 17-3, 13-9, 12-8, 13-4, 12-7, 12-8, 13-2, 12-8, 17-8, 13-5, 14-2, 13-2, 13-6, 14-0, 13-4, 12-7, 13-2, 12-2, 11-8, 17-7, 11-9, 12-8, 11-7, 13-3, 12-0, 14-1, 12-9, 11-3, 13-4, 12-6, 11-9, 13-4. (23-6), 20.9. 12-2. 16-2. 28-6. 12-0. 13-6. 11-8. 17-8. 11-7. 11-9. 11-7. 12-7.
42.6.
12-0. 14-9. 12-4. 11-8. 13-5. 12-0. 11-5. 13-3. 16-7. 11-7. 18-2. 11-6. 11-7. 12-1. 11-6. 11-7. 11-6. 11-8. 12-1. 13-8. 12-0. 12-1, 12-0, 13-0, 11-8, 11-7, 11-9, 11-9, 13-6, 11-8, 11-8, 12-2, 11-8, 11-8, 11-7, 11-8,
37.9,
11-8, 11-7, 15-2, 11-8, 11-5, 11-7, 13-2, 12-2, 11-4, 12-0, 12-0, 11-9, 21.1, 12-3, 11-5, 13-0,
45.9,
13-6, 27-2, 13-1, 12-6, 12-8, 12-5, 12-5, 12-6, 12-6, 14-3. 13-9. 16-2. 13-9. 13-3. 14-1. 16-3. 13-4. 12-2. 14-6. 13-3. 11-9. 14-1. 13-4. 13-8. 15-3. 13-7. 15-1. 14-0. 14-5. 14-2. 14-0. 16-8. 14-3. 15-9. 14-0. 14-1. 14-8. 30.9. Nineteen four. Seventeen eight. 14-9, 16-8, 14-3, 13-2, 13-0, 13-4, 13-3, 12-8, 13-2, 16-4, 12-7, 14-7, 27-6, 14-2, 19-6, 12-6, 11-6, 12-8, 11-7, 12-5, 19-6, 25-5, 11-4, 13-9, 13-0, 13-5, 11-5, 12-6, 12-7, 11-8, 17-1, 13-0, 11-5, 13-2, 13-2, 12-9, 11-8, 12-4, 12-6, 12-9, 19-6, 11-7, 12-4, 13-2, 12-9, 11-4, 13-9, 13-0, 14-5, 11-6, 13-8, 12-4, 11-5, 12-7, 24-6, 12-8, 17-6, 12-5, 11-9, 12-4, 13-3, 12-6, 13-0, 12-4, 11-7, 12-1, 16-5, 14-1, 11-9, 12-0, 11-6, 13-1, 11-6, 13-2, 12-8, 14-8, 11-6, 11-9, 12-5, 11-6, 13-0, 11-5, 12-9, 15-7, 16-4, 12-7, 13-1, 13-2, 13-4, 12-7, 13-2, 13-1, 13-1, 11-8, 12-8, 13-1, 18-4, 13-0, 12-1, 13-3, 12-3, 21.9, 13-2, 11-8, 13-1, 12-3, 21.6, 12-1, 18-3, 17-9, 12-5, 13-0, 12-1, 17-8, 14-2, 12-6, 12-5, 16-4, 16-7, 12-1, 27-1, 13-0, 13-1, 20.5, 12-3, 17-1, 11-8, 16-9, 13-1, 12-5, 25-8, 13-0, 16-5, 12-0, 15-4, 12-8, 14-8, 11-8, 15-3, 15-6, 16-2, 12-2, 13-4, 13-4, 19-9, 17-3, 14-7, 15-8, 16-0, 13-8, 15-5, 18-5, 13-7, 12-1,
42.3.
16-4, 12-8, 15-2, 12-2, 11-8, 13-2, 15-1, 12-7, 12-8, 12-9, 12-8, 18-2, 20.5, 12-2, 12-9,
43.0.
16-1, 12-2, 11-8, 23-7, 16-7, 16-1, 12-1, 11-9, 13-5, 15-7, 14-0, 14-9, 19-2, 14-7, 12-9, 12-8, 16-8, 12-1, 12-1, 18-5, 27-7, 11-9, 12-2, 13-1, 15-9, 14-4, 24-6, 25-8, 17-4, 11-5, 16-4, 12-2, 12-4, 14-3, 17-2, 14-1, 22.2, 14-2, 14-4, 24-8, 12-3, 12-3,
34.5.
13-5, 21.9, 20.9, 25-1, 12-0, 11-7, 11-4, 12-2, 13-5, 12-9, 13-1, 13-0, 16-3, 19-4, 12-1, 11-6, 11-9, 11-8, 20.2, 19-5, 12-6, 16-1, 11-8, 11-4, 12-9, 13-3, 11-9, 11-8, 12-4, 12-4, 16-3, 20.4, 12-4, 13-8, 11-9, 11-3, 11-7, 16-2, 16-4, 12-7, 11-6, 13-9, 13-5, 14-9, 15-3, 12-0, 16-2, 13-5, 14-0, 18-0, 12-4, 18-0, 11-7, 12-4, 21.7, 13-8, 18-7,
35.2,
12-2, 12-8, 11-7, 13-1, 13-2, 16-6, 18-5, 12-0, 12-2, 13-3, 12-3, 12-5, 16-2, 21.1, 12-0, 13-9, 21.4, 11-5, 11-9, 13-2, 12-6, 17-5, 11-7, 25-0, 12-0, 12-9, 11-9, 11-8, 22.3, 19-7, 11-5, 30.2, 15-4, 15-9, 11-9, 12-3, 16-1,
32.6,
15-9, 15-7, 18-5, 15-7, 16-6, 17-7, 19-0, 17-0, 18-7, 18-1, 26-5, 17-0,
34.2, 35.5,
19.6, 11.9, 20.6, 15.8, 18.1, 19.0, 13.5, 15.3, 16.8, 15.0, 16.0, 15.0, 12.2, 19.6, 12.2, 12.2, 16.4,
43.5,
12.3, 18.0, 12.3, 17.4, 12.2, 19.9, 16.3, 12.3, 16.7, 17.7, 12.1, 12.3, 19.4, 12.6, 17.4,
37.0,
12.5, 16.1, 12.7, 15.7, 17.8, 22.1, 26.5, 13.8, 16.1, 15.6, 12.6, 12.8, 15.9, 12.6, 16.3, 14.0, 12.7, 13.8, 16.7, 18.0, 12.3, 12.9, 22.7, 19.6, 12.7, 14.1, 13.1, 17.4, 17.1, 13.3, 17.8, 12.5, 16.9, 14.4, 16.2, 13.4, 13.8, 18.6, 12.1,
31.6,
15.4, 12.4, 16.1, 12.1, 18.8, 18.1, 19.0, 27.9, 12.8, 24.9, 18.1, 19.1, 16.9, 15.4, 13.0, 18.0, 13.4, 12.9, 12.9, 16.7, 12.6, 12.6, 12.4, 12.4, 12.8, 12.0, 12.3, 12-0. 12-4. 12-2. 12-1. 11-7. 12-7. 12-1. 12-6. 12-6. 12-6. 13-2. 12-8. 11-8. 12-4. 11-9. 12-9. 11-6. 13-3. 11-7. 12-4. 11-7. 12-6. 11-7. 12-3. 12-0. 12-1. 11-9. 12-6. 12-0. 12-5. 12-1. 14-0. 13-4. 11-7. 13-1. 12-6. 11-7. 12-4. 12-6. 12-7. 11-6. 12-2. 11-9. 11-4. 14-0. 11-7. 11-8. 12-9. 11-6. 12-1. 11-9. 11-4. 11-7. 11-8. 11-8, 11-8, 11-7, 11-4, 12-1, 11-6, 11-2, 12-3, 11-5,
37.6,
12-4, 12-4, 12-5, 12-4, 12-3, 12-1, 12-0,
31.5,
12-1, 11-8,
35.9,
13-1, 12-2, 12-1, 12-0, 12-0, 12-2, 12-2, 12-0, 12-2, 11-6. 11-6. 12-2. 12-0. 12-2. 11-8. 11-8. 15-1. 15-9. 13-1. 12-0. 13-8. 17-7. 12-0. 12-3. 16-5. 12-5. 12-5. 22-0.
35.8.
12-4. 14-6. 22.6. 12-2. 12-4. 13-1. 12-4. 13-8. 21.5. 14-0. 15-7. 14-4. 12-3. 23-8. 13-6. 12-4. 15-2. 12-7. 12-5. 14-2. 13-2. 16-2. 12-6. 12-8. 12-1. 11-9. 12-5. 14-0. 13-2. 19-7. 11-9. 12-6, 12-5, 12-3, 12-5, 18-5, 12-5, 12-5, 12-3, 11-7, 12-8, 12-8, 16-5, 11-6, 12-6, 13-0, 15-7, 18-1, 14-5, 12-1, 13-3, 12-1, 29-0, 17-3, 12-4, 16-1, 15-4, 12-0, 14-6, 13-2, 13-3, 11-5, 12-9, 14-1, 15-3, 11-8, 14-3, 12-7, 13-0, 24-3, 13-2, 17-5, 12-7, 13-3, 22.8, 17-2, 13-2, 12-6, 12-1, 16-5, 26-2, 16-1, 14-4, 12-0, 17-3, 28-6, 15-5, 13-3, 13-1, 12-1, 14-9, 17-1, 12-1, 16-5, 20.9, 14-5, 13-1, 14-8, 16-9, 11-8, 15-6, 15-2, 12-4, 16-7, 16-7, 16-7, 11-8, 15-3, 13-6, 13-7, 11-8, 16-0, 14-0, 13-9, 12-2, 14-7, 15-7, 18-5, 23-8, 16-1, 15-5, 12-5, 16-7, 15-5, 12-7, 12-0, 15-5, 15-2, 13-4, 14-2, 21.1, 16-5, 16-4, 12-7, 18-3, 13-2, 22.1, 22.9, 13-6, 17-5, 14-7, 13-1,
32.2,
19-2, 27-5, 18-5, 17-7, 17-0,
43.4,
14-5, 14-6, 13-1, 23-2, 16-3, 16-2, 12-8, 17-0, 17-4, 12-3, 18-3, 13-0, 11-9,
Track is open as late as 10 o'clock for those that want to stay.
14-7,
Please make sure you're out of the building by 10. The staff here will
11-7,
like to close and lock the doors at 10 o'clock. So if you're going to stay late,
13-7,
please
13-6,
make sure
13-5,
you're disconnected, all your power and whatnot, and you're out the door by
11-4.
10. Doors open at 8 a.m. Sorry, doors open at 7 a.m. And our first main starts at 8.
14-7, 14-7,
See everybody in the morning.
11-9, 19-7, 11-9, 22.2, 13-0, 12-0, 16-5, 14-2, 12-4, 11-7, 16-5, 13-0, 11-6, 16-3, 11-5, 13-5, 19-0, 25-6,